All right, we're starting. All right. This begins the open session to hear public comments before closed session. Roll call, please.
Let's see, Councilmember Robinson,
Here.
Councilmember Willis,
Here.
Councilmember Zepeda,
Here.
Mayor Martinez,
Here.
Councilmember Bana, Vice Mayor Jimenez, and Councilmember McLaughlin are absent for roll call.
All right. Can you read off the items?
Sure. During closed session, the council will discuss the following items: conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Bryant versus Gage; public employee performance evaluation, title city attorney; conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation. This is initiation of litigation. There's one case. Conference with labor negotiators, agency representatives Sharon Taylor and Jack Hughes. Employee organizations include SEIU Local 1021 full-time and part-time units, IFPTE Local 21 mid-level management and executive management units, Richmond Police Officers Association, Richmond Police Management Association, IAFF Local 188, and Richmond Fire Management Association. We have one request to address the council. Cordell Henler, you'll have 2 minutes.
Okay, so good afternoon, Mayor Martinez, council. For this first item regarding the employee evaluation, Mr. Alshire has been doing a fantastic job as the city attorney. He will make sure that the council is in line with your priorities. So when you go into that session back there, think of all the hard work that he and his team have done. One, and then second of all, it's December, so think about all the unions that have made this city a unique place to work. So think about all the hard work they have contributed to make Richmond better. So when y'all go into closed session, let those words sink in.
And that was our only speaker.
All right. If that's the last speaker, then open session is closed.
For the record, I am here.
Thank you.
Okay. So we will retire to chambers.
Okay. I have you.
Welcome, everybody. I will be the chair of the city council meeting tonight. Mayor is not going to be able to chair this meeting, but welcome. I wanted to give everybody a warm welcome. Thank you for being here, and I hope everybody had a great holiday with your loved ones. So now we have the pleasure, pledge of allegiance. Thank you. So, city clerk.
Councilmember McLaughlin? Councilmember McLaughlin?
Here.
Councilmember Bonner?
Here.
Did she call me already?
I'm here. I'm here.
Vice Mayor Jimenez?
Presente.
Councilmember Robinson?
Here.
Councilmember Willis?
Here.
Councilmember Zepeda?
Here.
Mayor Martinez will be absent.
Thank you.
This is the meeting of the Richmond Housing Authority,
Yes.
the regular meeting.
So commissioners, we just did it, roll call. Okay, so.
Yeah, just for the record, those were all commissioners answering the roll call. Thank you. Next item, a statement of conflict of interest. Are there any? Hearing none. Our next item is a report from the executive director.
Good evening, Nanette Beecham, Economic Development Director. I'm pleased to announce our new RHA Director, who's Antoinette Terrell. She'll be giving the report today for the Housing Authority.
Thank you, Nanette. Good evening, Commissioners. I will provide you an update on a visit that we had with our local HUD representatives at Richmond Village in regards to the errors that are in their HUD information management system. During a recent biweekly meeting with the local HUD staff, a site visit was conducted at Richmond Village to address technical errors identified within the PIC system. This system is a critical tool for HUD inventory management, facilitating the timely updating of vacancies and certifications. Richmond Village has been experiencing challenges related to the accuracy of this data. During our meeting, we successfully identified specific reoccurring errors within the system and developed an effective solutions to resolving them. We will continue our regular biweekly meetings with HUD to update them on our ongoing process. And that concludes my report.
Our next item for the Housing Authority is agenda review.
Any question or changes to the agenda? Okay.
Nothing. Okay, our next item is open forum for the Housing Authority. And we have one speaker online, and we have one speaker in person. Cordell Hendler.
Thank you, Acting Chair Jimenez, Commissioners. I looked at the consent calendar, and I don't have no problem with this, so make a motion, second it, and approve it. That's it.
Any other comment?
No other in-person speakers for this agenda. We have one online speaker.
Okay. I'll go ahead and call Nate. Nate, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start. If you could please unmute yourself. Okay. Doesn't seem to be working.
Okay. And those are all the speakers. Our next item is the approval of the consent calendar, the Housing Authority consent calendar.
I'll make a motion.
I second it.
Call for a vote. If there is no other
Zepeda and
question.
McLaughlin. Commissioner Bono,
Yes.
Vice Chair Jimenez,
Yes.
Commissioner McLaughlin,
Yes.
Commissioner Robinson,
Yes.
Commissioner Willis,
Yes.
Commissioner Zepeda.
Yes.
The motion passes with Chair Martinez absent.
Thank you. So welcome to the regular meeting of this Richmond City Council. City Clerk, roll call.
Okay. Councilmember Bono,
Here.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Here.
Vice Mayor Jimenez,
Presente.
Councilmember Robinson,
Here.
Councilmember Willis,
Here.
Councilmember Zepeda,
Here.
and Mayor Martinez is absent. Our next item on the agenda, excuse me, statement of conflict of interest, are there any? Hearing none, our next item is agenda review.
Any reviews here?
Yes, I have a request from staff to continue items V3A, that's update guiding fiscal policy, and V3B, update financial and administrative policy manual. These items are on the consent calendar, and they would like to request to move them to February 7th.
Yes.
Is that
Of February,
Eight.
the first meeting in February.
February 4th? Yes.
Yeah. Thank you.
Staff requested January 7th, but you would like to move it to February.
Yes, we will have more time in January to have some more meetings and to discuss this in more detail. Thank you. The mayor requested this emergency item. So we will have.
So with respect to that item, yes, the mayor would like to requested to add something to the agenda. It has to do with basically a waiver of fees and other actions related to honoring the life and legacy of former city council member James McMillan. The mayor is requesting to host a holiday celebratory life event at the Richmond Auditorium for the community. With respect to that item, the mayor was not aware of this item at the time the agenda was being put together, and so is requesting that the council make a determination that the need for action on this arose subsequent to the posting of the agenda. And so we need a 2/3 vote to add it to the agenda. And I would suggest we just add it under the consent calendar, maybe under V1C, under the city attorney item. So we just add it there, but we need the council to vote to put it on there. It would then be approved per the consent calendar.
And I just,
I can make a motion to include the emergency item in the agenda.
And where was the position?
And I'm fine having it after consent calendar.
in the consent
And I was
calendar.
suggesting
Oh.
put it
In the
V1C.
consent,
V1C.
V1C.
to have it as part of the consent calendar.
So it'd be a
Okay.
part of the consent
Okay.
calendar, but you need to make a motion to put it there.
Okay, yeah, so that's my motion, to put it inside the consent calendar and to approve this emergency item.
And I just wanted to add information, so the fee waivers that the mayor is asking for goes to $3,675. and is to host an event at the Richmond City Council, at the Richmond Auditorium, starting during work hours, and is to commemorate former council member James McMillan.
McMillan, yeah.
Okay,
So that was my motion to have this emergency item on the agenda on the consent calendar.
okay, so
And it's a finding that the need to take action arose subsequent to the posting of the agenda.
And that and it needs to happen now because it has to be planned. So happened after the agenda and it can't wait. Aren't those the two reasons to add an agenda for emergency?
That it wasn't on the agenda because we weren't aware of it.
Yeah, right.
okay, a second.
Second.
Okay. City Clerk, roll call.
Okay, Councilmember Bonner,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
Councilmember Zepeda,
Yes.
and Mayor Martinez is absent. The motion passes. Okay. And is that it for agenda review?
Okay. So we have a report from the city attorney on final decision made during closed session.
There's a litigation matter under C1, which is Bryant v. Gage. We gave a report on settlement of that item, and the council authorized settlement by unanimous vote. Concerning the evaluation of the city attorney, that was discussed and was not completed and will be carried over. The ad hoc committee was instructed to proceed with further analysis. On item C3, which was initiation of litigation, that was not discussed. And the item C4, which was labor negotiations, there was a discussion of various labor negotiations. There was instruction given to the negotiators. I'm sorry, on the anticipated litigation, there was discussion of that item, and there was no reportable action taken. And that concludes the closed session report.
Okay. Our next item is a report from the city manager, and that includes a new employee report.
Good evening, Vice Mayor and members of the City Council and members of the Richmond community. KCRT, can you please put up the slide deck? I would like to start by indicating that we've had a number of events over the last week. Next slide. I'm going to provide a recap on the Christmas tree lighting, a budget award received by, because of the great state of our budget, Arts Center Holiday Festival, RNCC Holiday Party. A number of the neighborhood councils are having events. Wanted to highlight one of those, which is Santa Fe, and Senior Winter Ball and Joybound Pet Clinic. Next slide. So just a quick recap, want to thank all of the staff that were involved from community services, fire, recreation, KCRT, and other city departments that participated with the Christmas tree lighting. And Engine 66 came and arrived with Santa. There's fire personnel handed out hats to the attendees, and a great time was had by all those who attended. Next slide. I would like to acknowledge all of the city staff, and in particular, our finance staff and members of MLT and all the staff that work on the budget. I'm really pleased to announce that we've received the Government Finance Officers Association's Distinguished Budget Award for fiscal year 24-25, and want to make sure that we acknowledge in particular our Director of Finance, and our deputy directors, Nikki Maste, LaShonda White, Andrea Miller, Mubin Carter, Jerry G., Vernesia, Bert, Avanish, Frednisha, and Ruben. Next slide. Upcoming, if you haven't been, I highly encourage you to come on out to the Richmond Arts Center Holiday Festival. I always try to attend. It's a great chance to buy gifts for friends and loved ones. Last year, I bought 2 boxes of things. They're very reasonably priced. And so please come out and support our local artists in the Richmond Arts Center on Sunday, December 8th from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. Again, very reasonably priced and lovely gifts for you to share with your friends and family. Next slide. As I mentioned, the Richmond Neighborhood Coordinating Council Holiday Party is coming up. That is on Monday, December 9th from 6:30 to 8 p.m. at the Richmond Senior Center. Next slide. And as I mentioned before, there's numerous neighborhood councils that are having events, and so when we're made aware of those, we put them on the city's website on our calendar. So just wanted to note in particular that Santa Fe is having a Hug a Bear event. This is an opportunity where stuffed animals are donated, and they are provided to our police and fire department, so our first responders can provide stuffed animals to comfort children who may experience traumatic situations. And so if you're available, please bring a stuffed animal on Thursday, December 12th at 6 p.m. to the Galileo Club at 671 South 23rd Street. Next slide. And we're also going to have the Senior Winter Ball. It's hosted by the Commission on Aging on Saturday, December 14th from 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. in the Richmond Memorial Auditorium. Next slide. Joybound Pet Clinic. This is a wonderful nonprofit organization that I've met with. They're actually based out of Walnut Creek, and I visited their facility, and I'm pleased to announce that they have been working with us, and they're currently in partnership with Contra Costa Animal Services in the city of Richmond, so that dogs and cats can receive their rabies vaccines, as well as pets can receive an electronic microchip. This will be taking place first come, first served basis on Saturday, December 14th at 9 a.m. The location will be in front of the main library and civic center. And if you have any questions on any of these events, feel free to call the city manager's office at 510-620-6512. Thank you. And with that, I'll turn it over to Nikki Maste, Deputy City Manager, for the new hire report.
Thank you. Please show the slide deck, KCRT. Our new employee report for November of 2024. Next slide, please. Christian Curry, Workforce Specialist, Employment and Training. Next slide. Andra Dogala, Recreation Program Coordinator, Community Services. Next slide, please. Carla Garcia, Administrative Trainee, Employment and Training. Next slide, please. Wanda Gonzalez, Administrative Trainee, Employment and Training. Next slide, please. Isabel Reyes, Administrative Trainee, Employment and Training. Next slide, please. Amy Aronson, Project Manager, Human Resources / Fire Department. Next slide, please. Malia Hughes, Office Aide, Finance. Next slide. Nancy Bryan, Library Aide, Library. Alexis Grace, Administrative Analyst, Community Services. Elizabeth Lockman, Associate Planner, Planning. Neil Lowry, Stationary Engineer, Public Works. Brian Martinez Garcia, Library Aide, Library. Eldrin Prieto, Planning Technician 1, Planning. Antoinette Torrell, Director of Richmond Housing Authority, Richmond Housing Authority. Shahzad Abushi, Recreation Program Leader, Community Services. Nicholas Brown, Police Office Trainee, Police Department. Sahari Vasquez Baeza, Office Clerk Cashier, Community Service. Pablo Radkrishna, Groundskeeper, Public Works. Eric Jordan, Office Clerk Cashier, Finance. Robert Springer, Recreation Program Leader, Community Services. Our promotions for November of 2024. Next slide, please. Gregory Everett, Park Supervisor, Public Works. Letitia Navarro, ONS Field Coordinator, Office of Neighborhood Safety. David Rogers, Maintenance Lead Worker, Public Works. Eric Martin, Recreation Program Specialist, Community Services. Jose Williamson, Auditorium Aide, Community Services. Thank you.
Thank you, City Manager. Thank you, Nikki.
Great job, HR. Thank you.
Our next item is open forum, and this is an opportunity for the public to give comments on items that remain on the consent calendar or items that are not on the agenda. We will give you 2 minutes to address the council. If there's anyone that's joining us online, please raise your hand at this time. We ask that you keep your comments respectful. We have
I'm sorry to interrupt you. Since the open under public hearing is closed, we are deciding that people can make comments on that agenda during the public.
We have had some people
Okay.
sign up.
So I was going to clarify that for the public comment. We received a number of letters and comments concerning the last item on the agenda, which is a public hearing concerning the up and under barbecue smoker. On that item was closed at that point in time as a public hearing item. So even though that is a later agenda item, it's appropriate if anybody wants to speak to that issue, we are permitting them to speak under public comment. And any written comments we've received will be a part of the public comment record.
We have 7 in-person speakers. Speakers are Cordell Hindler, Selma Navarrete, Zenaida Gomez, Blanca Retano, Jerome Fletcher, Philip Rosenthal, and Edith Pastrano. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
So, good evening, Vice Mayor Jimenez, Council. I am very concerned. There was an article that I've seen recently regarding the ports, and so I'm thinking that, I had an idea. So for the next agenda in January is to receive a presentation from Danny Wan or designee to present to you all about the port, because it's been a concern since, if you recall, at the March meeting when we have JPP Analytics came and present to us about the port, and I had some doubts on this one because it's been an ongoing issue because the port generates revenue into the city. And so I'm asking that can be put on a future agenda. That's one. And then number 2, also for the January agenda is to direct staff to work with UC Berkeley's chancellor's office to schedule a joint meeting in the spring, because I had participated in a Zoom call with UC Berkeley and the city of Berkeley, and they have providing wonderful opportunities for UC Berkeley students. And I said, Richard needs to start rebuilding that relationship again, because this is important. We try to bring in opportunities for our young adults. So I'm asking that can be added to the January agenda if possible. So that's all I have to say. And as far as the HR items, I'm in support of this because we need transportation planners, because if you look outside on Barrett, it is horrible, especially because there has been near accidents along that site. So I'm asking to approve the rest of the consent calendar as presented. That's it.
Selma Navarrete. She'll be followed by Zenaida Gomez, Blanca Retano, Jerome Fletcher, Philip Rosenthal, and Edith Pastrano. Please come forward. Edith. Press the button.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so you're having the translator? So you'll get 4 minutes. Okay.
Ok. Buenas noches a todos. Gracias por escucharnos nuevamente.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you all for listening and, again, taking into consideration.
Estamos aquí pidiéndoles nuevamente, encarecidamente, que ya estamos, ya hemos estado aquí por lo mismo. Ya estamos, cansados, ¿verdad?, de estar puchando y puchando, pidiendo y pidiendo que nos ayuden con estos problemas que tenemos en la ciudad.
I respectfully come here to, in the most caring way, remind that we're continuing to be here and pushing on issues that pertain to things that we care about here in the community in Richmond.
Pedimos que hagan una certificación para aquellos propietarios que tienen muchas unidades.
One of the issues in regards to inspections where landlords who own multiple properties, we're talking more than some 20 properties, currently are able to auto-certify.
Y que se verifiquen bien realmente que estén haciendo el trabajo de inspeccionar cada una unidad, no porque tengan muchas unidades nada más investiguen solamente unas, que hagan pues el trabajo de investigar a todas.
And what that creates is a continuous lack of making sure that units that never get inspected will continue to be going for a long time without being inspected. So wanting to figure out a way so that we can make sure all units get inspected.
Y también les pedimos que cuando se hagan las inspecciones, hagamos de hacer un plan para que cuando las inspecciones se hagan, no tenga uno que parar sus labores cotidianas para poder estar ahí en las inspecciones, que hagamos un plan de que cuando se haga eso, uno también pueda tener el tiempo, porque a veces dicen que van y no llegan a la hora que tienen que llegar, y es tiempo que también nosotros perdemos en ese momento.
And also, as tenants, we have to arrange our schedules sometimes to make some of these inspections happen. And some of the windows will take hours, and we won't be able to be there for as long, or we're waiting, and sometimes inspectors don't come.
Ya que cuando nos ha tocado que vayan los inspectores, nos dan muchas excusas diciendo que no era la dirección, que sí estuvieron ahí, y pues ya estamos cansados, la verdad, de que pongan excusas y al último nosotros seamos los culpables.
And it's very frustrating when we take time out of our day off of work, school, to be able to be present for some of these inspections, and at the end of the day, there's no accountability on the landlord side, and we end up being the folks at fault for things that are breaking or things that no longer work.
Y también pedimos que se inspeccionen las propiedades de una vez al año de perdido, como dicen, pero que sean bien inspeccionadas, que no sean las inspecciones de chocolate que siempre nos mandan. Y podría estar aquí diciéndoles muchas cosas, porque da coraje que uno esté pasando así cuando uno está realmente pagando y tenemos nuestros derechos. Gracias.
And again, I respectfully ask that we do everything we can to make these improvements, to make sure that we are able to live in a healthy home. And it's something that's been very frustrating, having to continue to be here and to continue to ask for these changes, because as tenants who never fail to pay their rent, we deserve a healthy home to be able to live in. Thank you.
Okay. Our next speaker is Anita Gomez, followed by Blanca Ratano.
Sí. Buenas noches. Mi nombre es Zenaida Gómez, soy miembro de ACE y yo vivo en apartamento del 2009, estoy viviendo, y el Pacific Security Real Estate es dueño, pero ellos mandan sus propios inspectores y nomás dice que van a arreglar, pero no nos arreglan lo que...
Good evening, everyone. My name is Zenaida Gomez. I'm an ACE member. I live here in Richmond, and I've lived in my apartment unit since 2009. I have been living there with issues. Right now, the company that manages the property is called Pacific Security Real Estate, and anytime we ask for repairs, they'll say that they'll send someone out. They never come, or if they do, they never really make any adequate repairs. ¿Qué tipo de problemas?
Sí, en mi apartamento hay mucha humedad y ellos me prometieron que me iban a mandar una máquina para bajar la humedad, pero hasta ahorita no me han mandado nada. Y hay cosas que se tienen que reparar y nomás están alargando el tiempo, pero yo les estoy llevando la renta cada mes y entonces pedimos que que haya unos inspectores de la ciudad que sí hagan el trabajo de que nosotros tengamos ese derecho de inquilino, que podamos vivir en una vivienda que sea saludable para nosotros, porque
So I just wanted to say that some of the issues that we've been dealing with in my unit deal with high humidity and mold. And on several occasions, they've told us they would come and give us a machine that would reduce the humidity in the unit. However, I have still been waiting until today, and that has not yet happened. There are other problems in my unit that also need to be repaired, and they have not been addressed yet. And as a tenant who I pay my rent every month, I feel it is only right to be able to get these repairs done.
And she said that like one of the things that she would like is to have city inspectors.
Thank you.
ajá, y eso estamos pidiendo que haya inspectores de la ciudad que nosotros tenemos ese derecho de inquilino, que vivamos en una vivienda saludable para todos, pero sí necesitamos que vayan inspectores a chequear y que todo esté bien.
So yeah, just piggybacking off of the comment, so yes, we would like to have certified city inspectors that are qualified and know what they are doing, to be able to come in, address the issues, and make sure that these habitability problems get resolved quickly. And again, as a tenant, we have rights. However, it feels like it's frustrating to even ask for some of these repairs, and they never get done. Thank you.
Thank
Our next speaker is Blanca Retano.
Sí, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Blanca Retano. Yo vivo en la 2001 Gaynor Avenida, apartamento 7, aquí en Richmond.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Blanca Retano. I live at 2001 Gaynor Avenue, apartment number 7.
Y soy miembro de ACE, de aquí de Richmond también.
I'm also an ACE member here in Richmond.
Yo he vivido ahí por varios años y el mismo problema he tenido con las compañeras que dicen de las inspecciones. A mí, el inspector sí fue y hizo su trabajo, pero hace como antes del 2020 y hasta la fecha no ha regresado.
As much of the other women who came up to speak, I also have my fair share of experience with inspectors. In my situation, I did have someone from the city come and inspect, and they did everything well. However, there was no follow-up. And I remember the follow-up was that he would come back from vacation, and that was several years ago. I don't know if he ever came back.
Sí, él me tomó fotos, él me hizo el trabajo y me dijo que el resto de lo que faltaba lo iba a hacer cuando regresara de vacaciones y hasta la fecha no ha llegado.
And he also took pictures of my apartment unit, the problems that were in my apartment, and told me he would come back and do follow-up. And again, as I said, this was a while ago. He said he would make sure to follow up after the vacation, and I never received any follow-up.
Y eso estoy pidiendo para que, por favor, las personas que hacen las decisiones tengan un poquito de consideración con nosotros los inquilinos.
And so I stand before you all as representatives, as people with decision-making power and implementation power to side with us and make sure that we are able to get repairs done.
El lunes en la noche yo tuve un accidente ahí en mi cocina porque eran las 10:30 de la noche y el zinc se empezó a tapar y empezó a borborear y salir toda el agua al piso y yo salí de mi cuarto rápido, agarré una cubeta y no me fijé que ya estaba el agua en el piso y me doblé y me torcí y por eso pido que por favor tengan un poquito más de consideración.
Just on Monday, it was about 10:30 p.m. My kitchen sink got clogged and I started hearing water. I immediately got up, ran to the kitchen from my bedroom and tried to get a bucket to essentially pick up the water. I didn't realize the water was already on the floor. I slipped and I sprained my arm. And so this is, again, something that can be prevented but hasn't been because lack of accountability and just wanting to have something come to a solution and come to fruition.
Ajá, yo el lunes en la mañana me fui de urgencias y como todavía no salía del doctor cuando me dijeron ya está la persona ahí para que va a mirar el proceso y llegué y no estaba y llegó como a la media hora y me dijo en media hora regreso y ya no regresó hasta como a las 6:30 cuando yo me iba a ir a trabajar.
I was in urgent care when I got a call saying that someone had come by to figure out what was going on and that he would be there for about 30 minutes. I rushed as much as I could over there, and he ended up leaving and said he'd come back. And he did not come back until almost 6 p.m. when I had to leave for work.
Y el problema siguió porque yo así toda lastimada tuve que seguir sacando el agua porque si no se me inundaba mi cocina.
And even in the condition that I'm in currently, I had to do what I had to do to make sure that I picked up all of that water. Otherwise, my unit and my belongings would have gotten damaged.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you.
Okay. The next speaker is Jerome Fletcher, followed by Philip Rosenthal.
All right, hello, how you guys doing? I'm the president of the Richmond Steelers. I'm here on behalf of the Richmond Steelers. We've been a program, we've been here for 60+ years serving our community. We do a lot of things for our kids, and we are here today to ask you guys to help us with this funding. We are going to Florida. We have 2 teams that won. We have a 6U team and a 10U team. This is a very big accomplishment for those guys. It's very big for those guys. Richmond is a small city. We're playing against cities like Florida, LA, bigger cities. We're a small city. So we're asking for help, just helping getting those kids there. That's the reason why we're here today. I'm gonna let him speak a little bit on it. That's why we all came up. So I'm gonna say my part and everybody's gonna say their part.
Good evening, I'm the Vice President of the Richmond Steelers. My name is Nami. We was here last year this time. You guys were celebrating us for winning the national championship. I told you we'll be back. We are back. Our team is undefeated. This year we're bringing along our babies, 6U. We asked for help from Richmond last year. Thank you to Ms. Robinson. She has provided that help for us moving forward into this season. But now we're asking for some emergency funding. We need money to get to Florida. We're faced with a situation where if we do not go to Florida with our 2 teams, they will ban our organization for 5 years out of our own league. So we did our own fundraising. We've exhausted all our resources. But right now we asking for the City of Pride and Purpose to step up and help us financially to get our kids to Florida. They deserve it. They've earned it. The people behind me have put in a lot of work. But right now we've done all we can do, and we do not want to lose the opportunity for our young kids to be able to go out there and experience Florida, something that they never may ever do again. We leave this Saturday. We leave, so we asking for some emergency funding like now. I don't know how that works. We have even our cheer team has made it to Florida. They go behind us. Vegas? Oh, I'm sorry, Vegas. They going to Vegas, so we're asking for money for our organization. Emergency funding as soon as possible. Like I said, we're leaving on Saturday to fly out to Florida. If we do not make that trip, we will be banned for the next 5 years, and we don't want that to happen. Like our president said, we've been around 60+ years, so it's time for Richmond to step up and help us like you said you would do last year.
Your time has expired, sir.
Vice Mayor, if I may.
Yeah.
I said 4 minutes. All right, we just ask for some help, please. Thank you.
Vice Mayor, if I may,
Yeah.
if the council would like to consider making an exception, we can put an item on the 17th. I understand that the Steelers are scheduled to receive an ECIA grant. And so I could ask staff to meet and confer and potentially provide an advance to the ECIA grant if that's administratively doable. And we could put it on for the 17th. That's the only thing I could think of
Yeah,
that would be able to potentially assist.
Is that timing going to work, though? It sounds like.
Yeah,
we need it
I'm
next
saying
week.
that I could do, if the council were to provide that consensus that they're okay with that approach, I would do it and then bring it on the 17th as an after the fact. We would basically do a special advance from their grant to enable them to participate.
But we are on open forum, but, okay, go ahead.
Sorry, I just want to ask, if I may, thank you for coming out. What is the amount? And I just want to see if that's the amount of the grant, because it sounds like it's an emergency.
It's 40,000.
40,000? Is that the amount? I don't think that's the amount of the grant.
I believe the grant is a little bit more than that.
Is it? Okay.
80, it's 80, I believe.
Is it the ECIA grant or the Children and Youth grant? Children and Youth. It's for next month. Okay, got it.
So if the council would like, we can work on those two potential funding sources and provide a recommendation and do an advance and do an after the fact for the 17th.
How, like, we will take a vote, or how, city attorney?
Do we need a motion?
Do we need a motion?
Since it's not on the agenda, you can't take an official action. But
But the idea is that, like, so you will bring it on the 17th and we will take the action, the official action.
Yes, with an
that-
after the fact form saying that we did a grant advance.
Okay. It sounds reasonable, as Council McLaughlin said. Okay, is a consent, okay. No?
Are there any concerns from any council members with this approach? Councilmember Bana? Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Let's go to Florida and win.
Good luck.
Philip Rosenthal.
Happy holidays, everybody. I'm here to discuss the structure on a public street in Point Richmond and how it affects the public safety of our community. Recently, the community was chastised for not speaking out at a meeting that they were not aware of and had not been informed of. If one side of a discussion is sent a certified letter weeks in advance with time to mobilize customers, staff, and supporters, then the public deserves the same equitable notice. At no time in the last 4 years has the community received the legally mandated notifications, including for this meeting or the previous city council meeting on the issue. The community has played by the rules despite never being informed or asked for feedback. Years ago, the community was told in no uncertain terms that the structure in question was illegal and that the permits were expired and that the issues would be resolved. In a recorded public meeting, we were told that we would be notified if any applications were made so that we could respond. At no time has there ever been public notice to the businesses, customers, nor residents of this commercial residential neighborhood. Yes, this is a residential neighborhood, and taxpayers have an expectation that even in the area with businesses, the city will not permanently remove parking on their block without comment. The community was chastised for not commenting. In fact, there were 3 public meetings in which the community fully supported the business with a limited number of parklets, equitably offered to all businesses if they could comply with state law and city code in keeping with Bay Area standards and not interfere with the emergency evacuation and bus routes on that corner. Fair and equitable means that all businesses have a chance to apply and that residents can speak to any negative effects these issues may have on their ability to safely
Your time has
navigate their
expired.
neighborhood.
Thank you. Our
Thanks.
last in-person.
Fabulous jacket, Claudia.
Our last in-person speaker is Edith Pastrano.
Good evening, members of the public, council, and city staff. My name is Edith Pastrano, community organizer with ACE here in Richmond, and also a Richmond resident. I'm here today because for the past several years and counting, ACE Richmond members have been faithfully coming to city council meetings in order to advocate on important community issues ranging from blight, imploring council to pass tenant protections like rent control, just cause evictions, and recently anti-harassment. For those years, our members have been publicly shedding light on some of the issues, and most recently within the rental inspection program when it comes to dealing with habitability issues in their rental units. ACE members have found alarming lack of accountability on the part of slumlords, lack of attention from management companies, and even made presentation to council earlier this year with sound amendments to the process of rental inspection. And I just wanted to say that tenants who make their rent payments on time, and in some cases even early, deserve adequate repairs for their units to make sure that everything is working well. And the ask is that council direct staff to place on the agenda for the next meeting to present these amendments on the Richmond Rental Inspection Program. Thank you so much.
That was our last in-person speakers. Now we'll move to the online speakers.
Okay, I have two speakers. I have Liz Dodge and Nate. Liz Dodge, if you'll unmute yourself, you have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Elizabeth Dodge, and I'm providing my comments on agenda item X.1, Code Enforcement Lead and Special Assessment List, specifically for
Excuse me. This is public forum, so you will have to wait until this item is being discussed because it's a public hearing and you will have 3 minutes, not 2 minutes. So could you wait until that item is being discussed? Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Didn't understand that. Thank you.
So I'll move to the next speaker, Nate. Nate, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, hopefully I'm not in the same situation of the last lady. If I'm on the agenda regarding the parklet, but if I do have the 2 minutes, I'll just, I'd like to just piggyback on Mr. Rosenthal. I agree with him. I think there should be complete transparency of everybody to have an opinion on the parklet that was approved by the city of Richmond. And due to COVID and the fast tracking of the council at the time, a lot of the, especially the neighborhood council, was unable to speak on this. And really, I know we're working through this, and but at the end of the day, if the community of Point Richmond is in full agreement that they do not want this parklet and the customers and the community want me to remove it, it's pretty straightforward. I'll remove it myself. But talking about parking spots being lost, well, come on, guys, let's go down Railroad Avenue. There's about 10 cars there that's parked there 24/7, have never moved. So regarding bus route, well, the bus route goes in front of Railroad Avenue. And so it doesn't go down West Richmond. And when we closed it off, buses were rerouted. So, about the world coming to an end and the parklet's not going to allow people to get out and save their lives is kind of asinine. But at the end of the day, we're a community-based business. I want a business that's safe for the public, and I want an establishment that the community wants to be there. If the community is more than just one person. Philip is not the community. But if the community comes out and says they don't want this, then that'll make it a lot easier for the council and the city attorney's office. Otherwise, we'll be moving
Your time
forward.
has expired. Thank you. And that was the last public speaker.
Thank you.
All right. Our next item is approval of the consent calendar. And as a reminder, item V3A The update guiding fiscal policy and V3B update financial and administrative policy manual have been removed from the consent calendar. And item V1C, that's the emergency item, was added to the consent calendar. So that item will be included in the vote.
Madam Clerk, may I please make a suggestion? I apologize. So under V5B, which is calendar years 2025 to 2027 Richmond Fund for Children and Youth Grant Awards, we respectfully request that the City Council directs staff to advance $40,000 to the Steelers by December 6, 2024, with a contract starting December 5th, 2024, in the amount of $40,000 of the $80,000 they are awarded, and that will enable us to prevent putting another agenda item on in the future.
Yep, so who can make a
I'll
motion?
make that motion to add the city manager's recommended amendment to the agenda.
I'll second it.
Could we move the whole consent calendar with that adjustment? Is that?
Yeah, yeah, if that's okay, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
City Attorney, is that okay?
I'm not sure what item she's adding that to. That's on the agenda.
B5B
V5E.
is the calendar
It is,
years.
V5B is the awards for the Richmond Children and Youth Fund,
And
which
they're
includes the
listed-
Steelers.
Yeah, they're listed
She's
as
clarifying that that's a part of that agenda item.
And she's just, the adjustment is that this item on consent calendar provides the awards, or at least acknowledges and will be providing the awards to the recipients, one of which is the Richmond Steelers. And the city manager is suggesting we make an adjustment and to that item and include giving them a $40,000
Right.
advance. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, it's okay.
that works?
To that.
Yes, if it's within the subject matter, and she's asking to make that small revision to the item.
Okay, thank you. So there is a motion by Councilmember Willis.
And who
And
seconded?
maybe a friendly amendment to move the entire consent calendar, if we're there yet? Yeah.
Just to clarify, that was going to imply that that would just be the amendment to the consent calendar. Yeah, move the entire consent calendar.
Second by Councilmember Robinson. Councilmember Bonner?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin?
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson?
Yes.
Councilmember Willis?
Yes.
Councilmember Zepeda?
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez is absent. The motion passes.
Thank you.
Our next item is item W1, that is under budget session. And that is to review the city's investment policy and adopt a resolution to approve the updated policy.
Thank you. Is any presentation from the staff?
Good evening, Vice Mayor Jimenez and council members. KCRT, can you please pull up the presentation? Next slide, please. Good evening, I'm Andrea Miller, Director of Finance. With me on this evening is Mubin Cotter, Deputy Director of Finance, and Jerry Guberl, Accounting Manager. And this evening, we will present the council's direction for updates to the city's investment policy. We'll go over council's direction at its April 30th meeting, staff's actions since then, Assembly Bill 2844, new investment policy restrictions, next steps, recommended action, and then questions. Next slide, please. At the April 30th City Council meeting, the City Council motioned and directed staff to come up with options and recommendations for the 4 restrictions that were presented that evening. The options, the council's direction was to present options and recommendations to City Council and subsequently to the Human Rights, Human Relations Commission to write letters to the California Local Agency Investment Fund, or LAIF, CalTrust, and Mechanics Bank, informing them of council's direction. At that meeting, the deputy city attorney recommended that restriction number 1, which is the list of the 10 restricted companies, is intended as a constitutionally protected protest of policies of current government of the State of Israel regarding the people of Palestine and the war in Gaza, and that it shall not allow any discriminatory actions against any person on the basis of religion, creed, ethnicity, national origin, or any unlawful basis that would be incorporated in any sort of further revisions to the city's investment policy. Next slide, please. The staff's actions in that time, we conferred with, did an outreach to the neighboring city of Hayward, council had also adopted a similar policy to discuss their policy changes. As the city of Hayward, they recently went through a similar update. We conferred with their finance staff and learned at that time that the city of Hayward, they did modify their investment policy in a manner similar to that which is being presented by staff this evening. And they also cited Assembly Bill 2844 and did not name the 4 companies that the city of Hayward's council had imposed restrictions on in their policy, but they did divest from their active security holdings from their city's investment portfolio. And also worth noting that they did not withdraw their funds from the LAIF, State of California pooled funds, or CalTrust. It's worth noting the city does not currently have any active investments, direct investments, but we do hold all of the city's resources in the LAIF fund and the CalTrust. Next slide, please. As I mentioned, that the city staff, we did review Assembly Bill 2844, which applies to anti-discrimination laws, and it's very specific to restrictions on agencies with respect to entering into contracts of any amount above $100,000 or more that they must certify under penalty of perjury at that time of the bid or proposal is submitted, that the contract is renewed, that they are in compliance with the Unruh Civil Rights Act and the California Fair Employment and Housing Act, which does, and that any policy that they have adopted against any sovereign nation or peoples recognized by the government of the United States, which includes but not limited to the nation of the people of Israel, is not used to discriminate in violation of the Unruh Civil Rights Act or the California Fair Employment and Housing Act by requiring a person to certify under penalty of perjury that this bill would expand the definition of a crime whereby imposing a state-mandated local program. Next slide, please. So city staff, in close consultation with the city attorney's office, we did modify the investment policy, taking into consideration the city council's direction and Assembly Bill 2844, which are the 4 new additions to our investment policy that are on the slide. I will read them. That the city will not invest in companies that develop and manufacture commodities that facilitate violence, war, oppression, and apartheid. That the city will not invest in companies that develop and manufacture arms and weapons. That the city will not invest in companies that develop and manufacture commodities involved in border and mass surveillance industries. And that the city will not invest in companies involved in mass incarceration and detention industries, nor those companies that use prison labor to manufacture products. Next slide, please. In terms of next steps, the City Council, we ask the City Council adopts the updates to investment policy and provides staff additional feedback as necessary, and that the staff will transmit the new approved investment policy to stakeholders such as LAIF, CalTrust, and Mechanics Bank. And in addition, I've drafted letters to LAIF, CalTrust, and Mechanics Bank requesting that they divest in accordance with the City Council's directives. Next slide, please. And so again, the recommended action is to review the city's investment policy and adopt a resolution to approve the updated policy. Next slide, please. And with that, we'll take any questions.
Thank you so much. Any question? Council McLaughlin?
Just a quick comment. I'm very grateful for you to sticking to all the policies that we wanted as a result of our motion, and this resolution covers it. And it feels good to know that we won't have these investments hopefully, I guess I could ask you this one question. So when you write the letter to Leif and, I forget.
CalTrust and Mechanics Bank.
And if they say they're not divesting, and we still hold investments with them, even though we're not investing directly, we're investing through these firms that do invest in these negative things. What do we do next? Is that you don't have a sense of the next steps?
We would have to evaluate next steps to present to council at that time.
Okay.
Thank you. Any other question? Councilmember Cepeda?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. And then just to reconfirm, thank you for the presentation. The way that is written complies with AB 2844.
Correct.
So that is correct. Perfect. Thank you. Now, I think it's great that we are looking to move away from commodities that facilitate violence and war and everything else that you have on here. So thank you so much for that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any Councilmember Bana?
I just wanted to thank you for your hard work in drafting this, and we look forward to receiving updates regarding implementation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, no more question. I have a question. Hayward is the city that you connected with. Are they investing their money with the same CalTrust and LIF? Okay.
Yes, they still hold their funds in the state LAIF and CalTrust, the pooled funds with most California cities and agencies.
How we will know when and how we will know if they are investing in things that is against our policy?
Well, a couple of things. We do share our adopted investment policy with our brokers and our banks and our investment pools. So they receive a copy of our adopted policy. We do ask that they sign a letter basically saying that they're not investing in any companies that engage in the restrictions that we've indicated in our policy. They don't specify them by company, but they do indicate in the letter that they do not invest in companies, and to the degree that they're able to validate that.
And these things are legally binding things with us or no?
I'd probably refer to our city attorney for legally binding.
I'm sorry, what was the question?
Director of Finance said that she's sending the letters to the brokers and investors to let them know about our policy, and so they can now invest, and they know that we
Right.
have that
They-
policy,
they
but
need-
like,
they
is
know
it
that
this
that is
legally
what
binding?
applies.
Yeah, if this legally
But what-
binding, what will be the consequence if like we are sending these letters, right? And then they decided to invest in these things, even though we had been told them not to.
You would fire them as an investor, advisor.
Okay.
The advisor has to have the criteria that they're supposed to be meeting. So that's why you advise them of that.
Oh.
And if they have a problem with that, they would withdraw as being your investor.
Okay.
And for I'm sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
For the record, so LAIF is not an investment advisor, but they're the state of California's pooled funds. They manage the pooled funds for most California public agencies.
So we won't
It's a
be
pool.
able to fire them.
Right, with LAF, you have to comply with their criteria. So if they're not gonna, you've told them of this, but they handle accounts statewide. So
So there is some next step that we don't know
they
yet
could,
how to do.
if they can't comply with what the investment criteria that you're asking for, then your choice is to withdraw using them as the investment
Okay.
entity.
Okay. Thank you. Councilmember McLaughlin.
Yes, so if I understood what you were saying, Andrea, it's, so they invest in lots of cities, and so we're concerned, we can't tell other cities what to do, but we're telling them, this is our investment policy, we don't want you to make these investments. So you're saying we would get some kind of a letter, or we can make some sort of agreement, and they would say, you're clear, where it's clear that Richmond's money is not going to be invested in these firms, and then, is that what you were saying? And would that be legal, I think, is the question.
Well, not quite.
from
The
me.
request is really to send a letter saying this is what our Richmond City Council has requested. These are the additional restrictions within our policy. We're part of an overall pooled fund with almost close to more than 400 California agencies. And so it's a pooled fund. It's not, they would not be able to separate out our funds. So as the city attorney has said, that would be a decision for the city council on next steps if they're not able to comply.
If I may, Vice Mayor, I would suggest that we go this route, and then we can provide an update on how the letter is received and what response we get back, and we can keep the council updated. And if need be, we can bring back another agenda item.
Yeah, I just wanted to be clear, and thank you so much for all the work that you had been doing with this. It's great, but I want this to have teeth. As a city council, I push for that. Right? We pass policies that are really good on paper, but if they don't have teeth, the impact to them is nothing. I am not saying that it's nothing right now, and I know the complicating situation that we have, but I just want this discussion to be really honest, because maybe if we, I think what we need to do is start monitoring how these investments are being done, and for the city council, when staff finds that maybe the investment is not being in compliance with or policies, then come back, and then the city council will have to make another decision. But this is where we are, and I just want this to be the conversation, the honest conversation. It's limited what we are doing. Is good, but it has their thing. So
One more.
thank you, Councilmember McLaughlin.
Yeah, so if they don't comply, I mean, looking ahead here, it would be wonderful if they would, but if they don't, I know the city attorney was saying we could, pull away from them as an investor. So are there other cities that directly invest rather than going through LAIF or whatever?
What would
And can we
happen
do
is
that?
we would issue an RFQ for financial advisors, and we would work with City Council to interview them and to establish a risk tolerance profile, and work with the City Council and the Finance Department. We would need to hire some additional staff, and then we would put our investments in probably another series of accounts. But so that is something that could be done. It would be a significant lift. So I think we totally agree with what the city council is saying. If they come back and they have not if there's been some deviation from what the city council has requested, then we'll work on issuing RFQ for financial advisors.
And there are quite a few, I know of one off the top of my head, in the Bay Area, socially responsible.
Yes, there certainly are.
There's more than one. Yeah.
Right, there certainly are. It's just because we have adequate reserves now, we're in a very different situation, and so we just want to make sure that the city council would be very involved in making those selections, and that we would need to hire additional staff to assist us, because I want to be mindful of the current workload of staff, so we would also hire more staff.
Perfect. So Councilmember Robinson?
So I guess I'm just curious, it doesn't seem like we're the only city who has taken these types of steps, and I wonder what other jurisdictions have done when they've kind of decided not to invest their monies in different things. Have we done that research? I imagine that across the nation there are others who...
Well, locally, we only reached out to the city of Hayward. That was the one that we were aware of, whose council had taken a similar direction. So we can certainly invest additional time in exploring other agencies, but that's the only agency we...
And I'm sorry, maybe I just glossed over that, but what did they say that they did? How did they deal with the issue?
Sure. So with the city of Hayward, they did divest from the 4 companies that their council imposed restrictions upon. They had a more active investment portfolio. Here at the City of Richmond, as City Manager Curl indicated, we don't really have an active investment portfolio. It's all sort of in pooled funds at the moment, but they did maintain their more liquid cash, a larger component of it in the state's pooled funds, because there's not really as much control there.
So the state's pool funds are the funds that you mentioned, the Cal Trust and the LAIF fund?
Correct.
So they stayed, and the worry is that the LAIF fund in particular, or both, won't be able to meet our new investment policy. Is that the worry?
Yeah, we're uncertain of the outcome. We'll write the letters asking them to comply, but we're uncertain of their ability to divest from those 10 specific companies in particular. But they do indicate that they adhere to our policy overall.
Okay, any more questions? So we need
Yeah, public speakers.
forum. Yep, yeah.
We have one in-person speaker. If there's anyone that wishes to address the council on this item, joining us online, please raise your hand at this time. Cordell Hindler?
That's me. So good evening, Vice Mayor Jimenez, Council. Thank you, Finance Department, for this update. So I looked at the resolution and I don't have no problem with it. So just make a motion and get it done.
Thank you.
That was our only in-person speaker.
No more speakers.
We did have speakers online, but they put their hands down.
Okay. So no. So we need, is this we need a motion, so.
I will move to adopt the resolution to approve the updated policy, investment policy.
And can I make a friendly amendment to also direct staff to look into other cities who has been doing this this investment and see what they are doing, and to take a really sharp look at the investment and provide every every 6 months a report on the investment that they are doing to see if actually we are following our own policies.
That's fine.
You good with it?
I'm okay with the amendment.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Bonner?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin?
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson?
Yes.
Councilmember Willis?
Yes.
Councilmember Zepeda?
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez is absent. The motion passes.
Thank you.
Our next item under public hearing, pursuant to public notice, it's time to hold a public hearing to adopt a resolution authorizing the City of Richmond to levy special assessments against certain properties with unpaid invoices related to administrative citations and nuisance abatement costs pursuant to Richmond Municipal Code, Chapters 2.62, 6.38, 9.22, and 11.76.
Thank you.
Good evening, Vice Mayor Jimenez, council members. I'm Lena Velasco, the Director of Community Development. And we also have Eva Mand, who's our Code Enforcement Manager, who will be doing the presentation. If we could ask KCRT to please bring up our presentation.
Good evening, council members. The item before you tonight is a resolution for the levy of special assessments related to code enforcement fines and fees. Next slide, please. The recommended action is to hold a public hearing and adopt a resolution authorizing the City of Richmond to levy special assessments against certain properties for unpaid fines and fees related to administrative citations and nuisance abatement costs pursuant to the Richmond Municipal Code sections 2.62, 6.38.140, 9.22.100, 9.22.110, 9.50.110, and 11.76.110. Next slide, please. General code enforcement process. This process encompasses complaints that are filed with the Code Enforcement Division. Code enforcement officers conduct an inspection as part of their investigation of the complaint. If a violation is present, a notice of violation is issued to the property owner. If the property owner fails to comply with the notice of violation request, an administrative citation is issued by the code enforcement officer. If the owner does comply, the case is closed. All administrative citations offer an administrative appeal right for due process. The appeal must be filed within 14 days of the issuance of the administrative citation. After the issuance of 3 administrative citations, an abatement or vehicle abatement warrant is completed by the code enforcement officer. The property is then posted, and the abatement work is scheduled with the city's public works abatement staff. The property owner is invoiced for the administrative fees and the abatement costs for the work that is completed. Code enforcement has several fee types: administrative citations, abatement warrants, cleanup, boarding, administrative cost, re-inspections, vehicle abatement, vacant structures, lien, and special assessments. Next slide, please. Next slide, thank you.
I'm sorry, could you?
Sure, I can go back. Fee types?
Yes, please.
Sure.
Thank you.
Could you please go back, KCRT? Thank you. So the fee types for code enforcement are the administrative citations, abatement warrants, cleanup and boarding, administrative cost, re-inspection fees, vehicle abatement fees, vacant structure, lien, and special assessments. Next slide, please. How are property owners notified of fees due? An invoice is issued by the code enforcement officer with each fee that is assessed. The final invoices for this special assessment that's before you tonight was mailed out on September 25th, 2024. The public hearing notice was mailed by the city clerk's office for the levy and special assessments on November 20th, 2024. Next slide, please. KCRT, next slide, please. Thank you. 2 lien and special assessment lists are proposed this year. On Exhibit A in your packet, it covers the period of May 1st, 2022 through April 30th of 2023. Those items or the properties that are on Exhibit A were before the council in September of 2023. However, the council did not approve that list, and so it is again before you tonight. Exhibit B covers the period of May 1st, 2023 through April 30th of 2024. Exhibit B, those fines and special assessments are also before you tonight. Next slide, please. This slide depicts the breakdown of the types of properties that were assessed on Exhibit A. As you can see, there is a total of 23 properties that's assessed, and 13 are rental, 2 are vacant lots, 7 are owner occupied, and 1 is a church. Next slide, please. Exhibit B covers May 1st, 2023 through the period of April 30th, 2024. There's a total of 77 properties. 16 were rental, 44 vacant lots, 13 owner-occupied, and 4 businesses. Next slide, please. Our next steps is to have the council adopt a resolution authorizing the lien and special assessments. Lien and special assessments to be recorded by the Contra Costa County Tax Assessor's Office for the tax year of 25-26. The county will then issue a payment to the city of Richmond for the levied special assessments. Next slide, please. That concludes my presentation. I'm available if you have any questions.
Thank you for the presentation and for the information about the percentages. This is helpful for us. There is questions, or before that, the open public hearing is now open. So City Clerk, help us with next steps for that. So so now is that report, then the open, the hearing, the public hearing is now open, and now we are going to hear the public.
Okay. We have 4 public speakers. Each speaker will be allowed up to 3 minutes. If there's anyone that's joining us online that wishes to address the council on this item, please raise your hand at this time. Speakers are Mike Donnelly, Tony Donnelly, Virginia Harrison, and Julius Melendez. Okay, you have 3 minutes. Let me start. You're very good. Go ahead. Press the button.
Thank you. Sorry, it's first time. Good evening, council. My name is Mike Donnelly. I've been a community member from since late '68. I have worked at Estes Refrigeration since March 5th, 1970. The reason I bring this up because I've been levied fines for the empty property behind Estes Refrigeration that was located at 150 Carlson Boulevard. The lot in question is 27th and Center Street, excuse me. It is an empty lot. It did have a trailer on it that was, did not have a permit and has since been removed as of a month and a half ago. The problem I've encountered with the fines and the levy, other than the fact I don't think they're reasonable, and I asked that it be reviewed, and the situation that we have is the homeless situation around that empty lot, which at the time while I was removing the trailer, the police officer told me that actually 2 of them were vacated. 2 of them had the right to stay there because their hearing was in process, so they couldn't move them. They had the right to stay there. The people camp around the park or around the empty lot and dump their garbage on the lot. Now, I'm not going to tell you that we're perfect and we had the weeds all straightened out, and it took me a while to get the trailer. Not without fault. But I think it's also unfair that we are levied fines against people that this is out of control. It's an empty lot, and I know the city of Richmond's trying to keep it clean. We try to keep it clean, but it's almost something that's out of control, and I'd like some consideration on the fines and the levies, if possible, or work with Richmond city member to help combat this situation that's going on in this empty lot. It feels like it's a losing battle, and I just wish I could get some consideration and maybe a member person or a plan action to help it or make it go away. That's it. Thank you.
Then we have Tony. Pardon me. Yeah, I have it.
Okay.
Mike Donnelly. He's referring to 27th and Center Street, the empty lot.
Center Avenue.
He put Center Street.
Yeah, it's noted as 41 on the list of Exhibit
Number
A.
41.
Yeah, it's on
How do you pronounce the last name?
Donanelli.
Donanelli.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's 41 on list Exhibit B.
We are going to listen all the public comments first.
Our next speaker is Tony Donanelli.
I just want to piggyback what he was saying. I'm the one usually cleaning it up. I go down there almost twice, twice a month, 3 times a month, and clean up and mow and everything. But it's impossible keeping up with the people living around it. Yeah, that's all.
Virginia Harrison. Press the button, please.
Hi, my name is Virginia Harrison, and I've been a resident in Richmond since 1987. So I've seen a lot of changes, but for the past 20 years, I've been doing a lot of cat rescue and working with the feral cat populations in Richmond to try to reduce them and keep them under control. You may or may not be aware there is a problem here, as everywhere in the nation. It's not unique to Richmond, but it's pretty bad. I'm here tonight to speak about the property number 45, a lien on the property at 673 40th Street. And I'd like you to know the owner of that property has been working diligently with me and 3 other trappers to try to get all the cats in that area. They are not hers, technically, despite the understanding, I think, that code enforcement said they were hers. They're not hers. They are community cats. They come there, she feeds them. We try to trap them, we fix them. And I have here a folder of the last 30 that we have done. And this woman who is currently taking care of them inherited this problem. When she moved in, there was already a population on that street. The person who was feeding them moved out. Some of the cats moved down to her house, reproduced as they do, and she finally got help because I responded, and she was very, very grateful for the help. Now, we've been working for 1.5 years, since July of 2023, and I have privileges as a community concern for cats member. I can take them for spay-neuter to Clayton. The resources in this county are incredibly poor, very hard to get. It takes 4 months to get 2 appointments at the shelter for free spay-neuter, and we have basically contributed about $6,000 worth of medical care minimum to this block, 40th Street, and no one else on that street has done anything to help. So I'm not sure what you can do, but I think some kind of mitigation of the fine would be very nice. I think this woman deserves some acknowledgement for her efforts, both for the animals and for the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Our last in-person speaker is Julius Melendez. There you go.
Okay. Distinguished panel, thank you. I'm a 65-year-old retired disabled American veteran on a fixed income who have been property owner in the District 6 in Richmond for the last 40 years. I have never had any issues with any of the city offices, but about a year ago, I've been dealing with code and parking enforcement issues, and I've been trying to get to the bottom of all these issues that have arisen. I've been pleading and waiting for my new appeal and waiting for answers from Lina Velasco, whom the Vice Mayor Jimenez and I have been emailed several times for answers. At this time, I'm just respectfully requesting to postpone the lien action against me and give me a fair and impartial opportunity to get what I was promised by Lina Velasco when we had an hour meeting in person. I think I deserve a third-party officer to be there in person so I can present my documents and evidence, an impartial third-party appeal officer to review all of the details and documents, and I ask you to please not economically punish me unnecessarily without due process. Thank you.
Is there any other?
5335 Sierra Avenue, Richmond, California. I'm hard of hearing, sorry. Correct.
It's number 50 and the
5335 Sierra Avenue.
okay. You have another minute to talk.
Well,
You
I
don't
think
need
I said
it.
what I had to
You
say,
don't
but-
have to.
But I believe I follow every protocol, and I did everything I had to do to satisfy the citations, but I feel like I was being punished and fined for things that I did on time, and the officer did not see it that way, and he wasn't even there. I was promised somebody in person. I wasn't able to present my documentation, so I thought that I would have the right,
We now have that discussion, like, can we just let people to talk and we can talk to the staff after the public hearing is finished? Thank you.
It has to do with due process. I didn't think I was given a fair opportunity to present my case because I didn't have anyone present to be able to present my documentation. And then, of course, not being a third party, I was found guilty of it all, period.
Finish.
Thank you.
All right. That was our last in-person speaker. Now we'll move to the speakers online.
Okay, I have one speaker, Liz Dodge. Liz, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. Yeah, my name is Elizabeth Dodge, and I'm commenting about the enforcement lien and special assessment list. Specifically, I'm talking about number 45, case number CE 23-000748 for the house at 673 40th Street, owned by Colleen Sadowski. This is the same property that Virginia Harrison referenced earlier. She has been working with a nonprofit Community Concern for Cats to reduce the feral cat population in her neighborhood, and specifically working with Community Concern. She has sterilized 29 cats in her neighborhood, relocated or rehomed all the cats whenever possible, and worked very cooperatively with volunteers, of which I am one, to coordinate the feeding with trapping of feral cats on her property. Without these actions, there would be dozens more feral cats in that neighborhood. But this has been achieved at a cost of thousands of dollars, borne primarily by Mrs. Sadowski, Community Concern for Cats, and the many unpaid volunteers' hours we have put in. This situation could have been avoided or at least resolved sooner, but for the limited availability of funds for veterinary spay and neuter services. This has saved the city of Richmond thousands of dollars and relieved the potential increase of feral cats in the neighborhood. The situation at Mrs. Sadowski's house is unfortunately not unusual, and it's caused by the negligent pet owners who do not spay and neuter their pets. I respectfully suggest that the city of Richmond eliminate the special assessment against Ms. Sadowski's property and instead support her efforts and those of the nonprofits and volunteers who are humanely working to reduce feral cat populations, not just on her street, but all over Richmond. Thank you.
Thank you. And that was the last public speaker.
Thank you. Now the public hearing is closed. Time for clarification and questions to staff. Councilmember Bana.
Thank you. I have several questions. My number one question is the nature of citation, what the city has done on numbers 41, 45, and 50 that we heard about.
So for 41, which is a vacant lot, again, sort of going back to the summary of a process, that one actually went all the way to an abatement warrant. So we were forced to actually complete the work in order to address the violations on the property. So it started first with the notice of violation. We had 3 administrative citations, and then once that process, we exhausted those 3 administrative fines, we then obtained the abatement warrant and actually asked our abatement team to clean up the lot, remove the vehicles that have been on the property, and this is after numerous attempts of getting the property owners to do it themselves, because that's always our preference. And our preference is always they do it during the warning period, which is the notice of violation. We understand that 10 days may always not be sufficient time, and so when it is a more complicated case, we do give additional extensions. But two, we also have a obligation to community members that are complaining and living around these situations to get enforcement. And so the case 41 actually is high because we had to complete the work, including dumping fees, vehicle removal fees, as well as citations. So staff time and our city costs go to that process.
Excuse me, did you receive a letter from them about what the police officer told them? Was there any communication there between?
No, there was never any response from the property owner. In this particular case, we received numerous complaints from residents in that neighborhood regarding the condition of the lots and the amount of time that the lots had been a public nuisance to the community. We even made several attempts in delivering a notice directly to the owner's place of business, because we did not get a response, and we thought we'd take the extra step just to ensure that they were actually getting the mail, but we still did not get a response from the owner.
I'm sorry. Please continue.
And then for item 45, and this is the cat-related item is, again, we are getting numerous complaints about odors, unattended animals. And so, again, we try to work with the property owner to have them address the things that may be causing odors emanating from the property. And so this one has been mostly citations and fees. We have not gone through the process of doing the abatement. But again, we've had to issue multiple citations. And the feeding of, which is also prohibited by the ordinance of feral cats. And then for the property number 50 has been mostly citations. We have been working with this property owner and we continue to have a violation on the property. And we continue to get complaints around the property
I'm
about.
sorry, what violation?
The violations have been overgrown vegetation, mostly shrubbery on the public right-of-way and the sidewalk that's blocking pedestrian access. Vehicles, inoperable vehicles on the property in the front. We also have temporary structures that that are not permitted on the property. We have had some progress in addressing some of the violations, so that's where it's been, and there was an appeal filed for the citations. It was heard by a hearing officer. The hearing officer determined that the fees assessed were appropriate, and yet they had another opportunity to also appeal the appeal hearing officers. However, no appeal was timely filed, and therefore we did not receive that appeal. And all that's enumerated in the notices of the hearing officer's decision.
Thank you very much. A few quick questions. What is administrative citation?
It's a staff level citation. It's not a criminal citation, so.
What does it mean? Give us some examples, please.
So an example would be the property owner and the occupant would receive a notice of violation outlining the violation that has been observed on the property. That notice would then give them the corrective action and a date and by which they need to correct the action. The code enforcement officer either receives a phone call from the owner or the occupant, making us aware that the action has been corrected, or they are requesting additional time in order to comply with the request. If they fail to do so, then our next step towards compliance is an administrative citation. And that first level administrative citation is in the amount of $250.
So all these examples have started administrative citation and then abatement.
They start with a notice of violation.
Oh, yeah, I mean, in terms
Yes.
of, okay.
And then it escalates from there.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
So I'm confused about the timing. It starts from last year until April and then of 23 and then until this year. How about April of this year until now? Why is it taking so long?
Part of it is a process of just sort of spreading them out. We can be doing it more frequently, and it is something, I think it's just a staffing resource. And so this list is particularly long because while some properties were listed last year in the levy process, some were removed. Additional requests from the council wanted us to make sure what was the potential impact to how many of the properties were owner occupied versus not. So we took out a lot of those properties, but we've done that additional research and believe that they still merit levy and liens, and so that's why we're back with that additional year pass list.
Okay, and then it talks about liens versus a special assessment. What is a special assessment?
So all properties that are lien have a special assessment that is also assessed to the outstanding fines and fees. And those special assessments cover all of the steps in the salaries for each of those city employees that have to take a part in that enforcement process.
So special assessments turn into liens at the final step?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Very good. And in case that violation is a danger to public safety, could the process be expedited? Is there an emergency abatement process, assessment or abatement?
There is what we call summary abatement. But it has to warrant a specific level of urgency in order to meet that criteria. Those happen few and far in between. As a matter of fact, we don't have any summary abatement properties on either of these lists. So there's neither Exhibit A nor Exhibit B have any summary abatement properties.
Yeah, I know. We receive complaints from residents who are requesting those summary abatements. But I just wanted to thank you very much for this. This is very much needed because there are many complaints from residents that feel like their neighborhoods are turning, into undesired situation. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Councilmember Willis?
Thank you. I have several questions just because of the number of things that got brought up from the individuals, but I kind of want to avoid those several questions and just wonder, in the past, we've done something on these specific lists where we've had some folks basically contest the levies to try to figure it out. So what this council has done in the past, I don't know if it'll happen tonight, is we removed those specific peoples that contested publicly, had them work with code enforcement on background, and just remove the rest of the list. Now, I can get into each individual issue that came up just based on what I heard, but I'm wondering if there's an option for at least the ones that we've heard today that are being contested, if we can remove those from the list and potentially push the rest forward and try to work out some of these other issues, because I'm hearing a bunch of nuances to where it's not just cut and dry for me to be like, oh yeah, absolutely, everybody has to go.
Yes, I mean, it's certainly at the council's discretion to pull those off now and have them be reconsidered at a future date.
Okay, so I'm gonna take the 20 questions I have for each issue and just leave that as a question and an option to consider, that the 3 that came out that got named publicly that we remove, and just move with the rest of the list outside of that, so I don't have to ask a bunch of moral questions about fairness in this entire process. So I'll stop there and pass it to the rest of my colleagues, but I'm strongly suggesting that we do that.
Thank you. Councilmember Gale?
Yes, I agree with what Councilmember Willis just said, and I agree you likely remember we've done that in the past. I just want to make one comment about the feral cats, because that is a service. I mean, feral cats of and by themselves, create disease and cause harm to the environment and such, from what I've heard. So I don't know how you can catch a feral cat without putting food out for them. So I understand the concerns, though, if it's causing odors. So maybe there's some way that this service can still be provided, but, some sort of regulation as to the, making sure that no odors are occurring, like cleaning up the yard or whatever. And but I do see it as a service. I just wanted to comment that.
Thank you. Councilmember Cepeda?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. I remember last time this was brought up forward as well. Can you walk me through a little bit of what happens after a lien if no action happens from the property owner?
After this evening, could you
Yeah,
clarify?
so, yes.
So if a lien,
So
let's assume the council approves a lien list. So it'll get recorded on the title, and then it's also put as part of the tax roll. So when they have to pay their property tax bill, they will now have this additional payment that gets made for the next tax year.
So my question is more for our process. I understand on the property side, I know they'll have to pay the lien and the county gives us the money. But from us, if we have, and I don't know all the different, I've heard different issues, so some of them might be more dangerous than others. So we have the lien, we have the money, perfect. But if we still have the issue, what are we doing with it or to it? After tonight, again, what's the next step? Are we going to go and mow the grass because it was too high? Do we do it? Do we remove the cats? Like and I'm just using this as a bad example, right? The cars, you mentioned it, whatever the issue is, what is it that we're doing after today with those other properties?
So with the properties that are still out of compliance, we are still moving forward with enforcement actions. The item before you tonight just covers a specific time period. So it's just a snapshot of the work that was done by code enforcement, the fines and special assessments that occurred during that time period. However, if the properties are still out of compliance, we continue to move forward. That moving forward may include an abatement warrant. It may also include issuing another citation that gets us to that next step of an abatement warrant. So it really depends on where the code enforcement is in that process.
And an abatement warrant gives us the authority to go in and do the work ourselves?
Yes.
Is that what it is? Okay,
correct.
Thank you. There is a property that is listed twice, number 61 and 62. Do they have two different issues? Or a different assessment amount, so I'm assuming it's two different issues, 61 and 62, 613 Thomas Drive.
They could be two separate they're two separate cases. And so one case could be a vehicle abatement case, and the other one is just a traditional code enforcement case.
Okay. In the future, if I can ask, if it's not too much work, or if you let me know where I might be able to find the information, but it'd be great to see what each of these items kind of, what they are.
Violation.
Yeah, the violation, right? Because they're so different between a cat and a car, right? And it's not always the same, and some of them might be more dangerous than others. Some of them, are they complying? It sounds like they're not, these individuals on the list are not complying with some RMC code. So just understanding more of that. And I would also like to know, and I might have missed it at the beginning of the presentation, but the time frame from when code enforcement gets notified, what happens next, and what's the time frame till it gets to us, potentially, to a lien?
That time frame can vary. It depends on when that administrative process begins. For example, if someone, if a code enforcement officer is conducting an investigation on a complaint that they received, they go out, conduct an inspection to, one, determine whether or not the complaint is actually valid. If it is valid, they will make an attempt, do a knock and talk with the owner or the occupant, or if no one's home, they'll move directly to a notice of violation. That notice of violation is issued. It gives or provides 10 days generally for someone to contact the city, whether it's the occupant or the property owner, to work directly with that code enforcement officer. If that particular individual is asking for additional time to comply based on unforeseen circumstances or financial hardship, that code enforcement officer will work diligently with that individual to try and move them towards compliance at maybe a slower pace given their current financial condition. So that process could take, depending upon the violation, for example, if it's peeling paint, it could take 6 months, depending upon whether or not, the season that we're in, the weather may not be conducive to painting this time of year, or maybe it's conducive to painting when they receive the notice, but then we move into the rainy season. So we work with the recipient of that notice to get them to compliance. And as long as they can show us that they're making steps towards compliance, we're willing to work with them.
And then do we have a sort of separate steps of urgency, right? And you mentioned
Yes.
paint, right? I see that as very not urgent unless it's lead paint, right?
Correct.
So that one there, I can see waiting a couple months, nothing's wrong, versus something that's a fire hazard, something that's blocking public right-of-way. Do we expedite one faster than the other?
Yes, absolutely. If we're dealing with garbage and debris, we've got health and safety violation on the property, absolutely, we're going to move much more quickly towards compliance, which is where the administrative citation comes in. We issue 3 administrative citations, but for each citation that is issued, there is an appeal, an opportunity to appeal each one of those administrative citations. And so the code enforcement officer can't move forward without going through or moving on that appeal process if the property owner or the occupant decides to file an appeal with us.
Okay, thank you. And lastly, would you mind sharing what's the best way of notifying you that there's an inspection needed or there's a violation somewhere for our community members? What's the best way to get their issues heard?
We actually receive phone calls, emails. We get them from the counter, other city staff. So they come in from a number of ways, CRMs, through our complaint system.
And we also encourage the use of the Richmond app on your phone. You're able to provide a property address, contact information, photograph, particularly if it's something that's not seen from the public street and maybe seen from a backyard. And it is an easier way for us to track it because it's already entered into the system with contact information. We can also see how long it takes from the moment we receive it to the processing time since it's entered. So certainly that's something we want to encourage folks to use is the Richmond app.
Perfect, thank you. And I was hoping for that answer. I was like, I want to push more people to get the city app. I use it all the time.
But for those that don't have phones or, are scared of technology, you're welcome to come in, call, and certainly email as well.
Perfect, thank you. No further questions, thank you.
Councilmember Robinson?
Hi. So we've talked a lot about all kinds of code enforcement issues over the past time, and I started to have a lot of concerns about specifically what do we do when you have somebody who is a senior or disabled or low income and can't materialize $10,000 to repaint their house. They're on a fixed income. That's just not something that they're going to be able to do. And I have the concerns on how many people on this list are out of compliance because of those kinds of constraints. Either they can't physically do it themselves, or they can't afford it, or both. And I do wonder, given that we no longer have a program to help those people, whether or not continuing to have those types of people on the list and then having, an enormous tax burden where if it's owner occupied, might put them at risk for being homeless. I guess my question to you is, how many of these cases are people who just can't afford to be in compliance, or they're disabled or seniors or something like that?
I don't believe we have that data in terms of, because sometimes it's not even communicated to us that is the situation. There are, within the appeals process, financial hardship, right? One of the, if you appeal a citation, that you can also make an appeal around financial hardship regarding payment of those citations. And so there is opportunity for a property owner to express that. I mean, I think we have the challenge as staff is, one, being charged with enforcement of the municipal code, and the council has adopted rules and regulations about maintenance of private property. And so, we have residents, business owners, stakeholders calling us that they're seeking compliance with regulations that we've adopted as a city. And so we're notifying property owners of the fact that there is a violation on the property. And certainly we work with property owners when they let us know that they need additional time or maybe need some additional support. But you're correct in that we don't have sufficient resources to address every financial situation. And those are tools that, with a budget, we may be able to help, but could we realistically help everyone? So I think that's just going to be a continued challenge. And so the way we've approached the work that code enforcement does is sort of approaching it with some understanding. And sometimes we need to let a complainant know that, yes, we've identified the violation, the property owner is aware, but they've asked for additional time. So you're not going to see a correction action immediately. And so asking too for somebody who may have complained, please, we're trying to exercise some patience, understanding that it takes time to comply. And so that's kind of how we've approached the work, but we certainly understand that there is this conflict at times, that sometimes compliance, but we also have a lot of property owners, a vacant property, that then become dumping sites. They don't fence it, they don't maintain it regularly, and those really are tending to be the major source. It's not always owner-occupied properties, and so, but yet, you know, people are holding on to this property even though they financially can't maintain it. So, you know, it's just this double-edged sword challenge. I don't have a good answer in terms of how do we fix it, but we do try to approach the work in a way where we work with people's specific situations and try to, but also obtain compliance so that residents and neighbors can feel that, you know, too, their investment in their property is being protected.
Yeah, I guess I'm wanting to clarify too that just currently we don't have an active program to help people come into compliance with simple kind of maintenance issues like a fence down or weeds that need to be cut or a house that needs to be painted. We don't have a program that could help them out with that. We could work with them on the fines they owe us, but in terms of actually resolving the problem, if they can't afford it, we don't have a current program to help them. Is that true?
We don't have a loan program for making repairs to properties but we do, I mean, obviously the abatement with neighborhood cleanups does provide support for seniors and.
But neighborhood cleanups are focused around dumping large items, not like cutting people's
not
high
making
grass or fixing a fence or
repairing a roof
or painting a house. That's not. So I'm just trying to point out that I feel like there's actually a missing piece of something that we actually need, considering the number of kind of low income, fixed income seniors in our community who don't necessarily have the resources to remedy the problem. Like just working with them on fines is not actually solving the problem. That's not saying this is your fault or your problem or even your thing to solve, but I'm just kind of trying to bring it to the surface that there's it feels like we have a gap. And there used to be a program.
Yes, when we had
you know, that was in effect, and I think they worked with Youth Works or Richmond Build.
It was with, if I may, Vice Mayor, it was with, when we had a redevelopment agency, there was a program that used redevelopment funds and provided those sorts of resources to seniors. If the City Council is interested in staff exploring that, we can certainly do so during the next budget cycle. Those programs are, for the city, difficult to administer, so it would be, I think, something that it could be helpful to have a local nonprofit partner help us with that work versus and provide grant opportunities or something of that sort.
I think that's a great idea. Okay. And so I also just have a few more questions, the things that I don't think I was quite understanding with number 41. It sounded like there was an encampment on the site, like a trailer. There was some people. Like, was this an encampment of unhoused people?
No.
Or am I misunderstanding?
No, council member. There were unhoused individuals in the area, but not actually on private property.
So there was something that was being said that sounded like, is it okay if I ask the people who were speaking to come and kind of clarify? Because it sounded like what was being said was that the trailer had been tagged but couldn't be taken away because it was somebody's property and it had to go through a process and whatever. I'm just trying to understand what exactly was going on there.
And can we do that?
Have you closed the hearing?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I close the hearing.
You closed the hearing, so
No. No, we closed the hearing.
you were having a bit of an issue about whether you wanted to ask questions at the time or wait. You certainly can reopen the hearing and ask somebody back so you can ask them questions.
Okay, so let's reopen the hearing to ask these additional questions.
Just a clarification, because I feel like there's another issue here that I kind of want to ask about, but I want to make sure I'm understanding this situation correctly. Was it your understanding that there were unhoused people living on that property, the vacant lot?
Both. There are
outside the property on the street.
Can you use the microphone, please? Push the button. Thank you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Both. There was homeless people on the street that were asked to leave when I was there, removing the trailer. The trailer has since been removed from the property. People had cut a hole in the fence and gained access inside of the trailer, which my son had to chase them off on several occasions. As a matter of fact, they got even hostile when he asked them to leave. So we've had situations not only inside of the property fence line, but also outside the property fence line.
Thank you.
It was the owner's trailer?
And there was also, you can't call a trailer, I don't call a trailer a vehicle, but there was no vehicles on the property
Any vehicles.
that I know of, ever.
Yeah,
Whose trailer was this?
This was my son's trailer.
So it was your trailer that was left there for a long period of time, and then other people came in and were occupying it?
Our trailer was on the inside of the property, but people have moved in on the outside of the property and on the inside of the property. They even cut into our connex and stored their property, and we're just basically using it.
And when you were saying that you had notice from the police to say something about the trailer, what was that again that you were saying?
The people, this was just recently when we moved the trailer, there was two homeless people on the street that actually would dump stuff on the corner. The police officers actually got them to move, but there was a mobile home that had been there on several different occasions that actually they could not remove them because it was basically under an appeal process. You guys gotta help me out, because they couldn't ask them to leave because it was on an appeal process. So they were okay to stay there until their hearing came up or whatever the due process
But that's not a
was.
part of your fines. You weren't being fined for
No,
them
I'm not being
staying
fined for
there.
that, but it's part of the junk that contributed, because while they were there, they were just dumping stuff on the corners.
Okay, I get what you're
So
saying.
it's part of the big picture. That's why I've been asking for some help on best way to work and how to to resolve this situation, because it is an ongoing problem, and it's probably throughout the city. And I agree with Melvin Willis's suggestion on the path moving forward. I think that was a good idea.
Yeah.
Right on.
So I guess that's my
So
the
now,
question.
do you have any other question, or can we close the public hearing? Because we need.
Yes, we can
So,
make this one. But I have questions
Vice Mayor,
that I
you
wanna
might want
follow
to ask whether any other council people are going to want to.
okay, so is there any other council member who has question for any of the appeal, like the public commenters? No? Okay, so now,
Can I use my last minute I didn't use?
no. If there is no question for you, you won't be able to speak. So this
Just
is.
continue.
So let's close the public hearing again and continue the discussion. So go ahead, Councilmember Robinson.
So I wanted to explore that because I feel like the city, everyone struggles with what to do with the unhoused and people who are moving, just struggling with moving back and forth and onto properties and not onto properties. And I just wonder if we can't even deal with it on our properties as a city, how do we hold others accountable for something that we can't even deal with? I guess I'm thinking about all the struggles we have along the Richmond Greenway, around the Target, around, if someone was able to fine us, we would have many fines. Because it's just one of those issues that's just really out of control and nobody knows exactly how to deal with. And I wonder how fair it is to have a different standard for private property owners than we have for ourselves.
I think for private property owners, they have a different obligation than us as a public right-of-way, right? Where we have to make sure that there's a bed for anti-camping laws, that there's a shelter bed. I mean, certainly the challenge is there, and I agree. And again, we're here as staff to enforce the municipal code and ensure that property owners are doing that. So if it's an area that we don't want to continue to enforce, we're certainly will take that direction from the council, but it is a major source of the complaints that we receive that we're having to respond to, and it's mostly around vacant property, where it's easier for folks, if you're not coming regularly to make sure that folks aren't occupying your site. It does happen, and that's been kind of our source too, if there isn't sufficient eyes and review of it. So certainly we understand it's a challenge, and you know, but it is a major source of the complaints we receive and that we're responding to and enforcing.
Would you feel that us moving forward on, not the folks who, I like the idea of Councilmember Willis said that folks that came forward tonight will try to figure something out. But in general, if we could, I am very worried about those who are owner occupied and putting that tax burden on their homes, their primary residence. You know, the possibility of unintentionally driving somebody into the streets is just unnerving for me. But I do wonder if we could take an approach where we move on things like vacant property, commercial properties, you know, separately, and, you know, take some steps to direct staff to, you know, put back in place programs to help people. So kind of like, you know, when we're dealing with unhoused, we have to have a shelter space for people. We have to be able to offer them somewhere to go. Similarly, if we're working with people who can't afford the improvements, that we haven't with something to offer them, rather than just like, well, figure it out or you might lose your house, you know? So I'm not, again, it's not directed to you. You're not doing this. You're just staff. But I'm just kind of thinking, Alex. It sounds like we have some issues with the way that we need to work in the city. And then also, I just didn't know we had a federal cat ordinance that said we couldn't feed cats. And I'm like, maybe we need to look at that because, you know, given that we have no, you know, concerted or reliable animal services and we have to rely on the county and there isn't a lot of things. There's so much volunteer work. Virginia, I know Virginia. Virginia has helped me with feral cats at my house. I am totally guilty of working with Virginia to spade and neuter cats and feed them and catch them, and my mom as well. And you know, she's like, she should get a volunteer award for all the people she works with, all the people that she's helped. And I just feel like, again, there's a gap in our ability to in city and county services there that's falling on the burden of people who live and there's no option, right? Like animal services takes so long to respond. Like you know, you could grow old and you know, whatever. Anyway, that's
Thank you.
So
I'm going to take my time and then I will give extra time to everybody. I haven't to speak. So do you want to answer some of the comments of Councilmember Robinson, or I can? Okay. So I have also the concerns that Councilmember Robinson's put here. One of them is like, yeah, we can say like, yeah, let's take the people who came and be able to speak here. But what about the others that haven't been here? Like the property owners. I think like more than anything on this list, this is what I am concerned. So one of the questions is how many people have appealed in this list? Like, and it's particularly the property owners, how many of them had appealed?
Prior to tonight, prior to us coming,
yes,
we've had 3 appeals, I believe, from the city clerk's office.
Out of 23 property owners in this list.
Yes.
And had you heard anything about the others? Do you know, like, the age of them, or like There is not demographic, no income, no information about it.
No.
Can we get
only
that?
get the, we only get the objection letters or emails that come in from the city clerk's office, or if someone calls, but so far, the only thing we've received have been the emails from the clerk's office.
Okay. Another question is like when you have like, for instance, like when you have these citations where like growing plants on the sideway blocking, do we have a specific letter that says like how much, like the height that it needs to be, how much, like all of this is sent to the property owners to do the work? Like a list of like saying, for instance, like if there is a sidewalk and then there is the part of the green part, and that is too high, is blocking. Then you send a letter saying it's blocking. With that, do you send any information about how much, like the height that they need to be in compliance and like all of these details and clarification so that they can do the work?
We provide the information that is in the municipal code, so we cite specific sections. So if the municipal code doesn't say, it has to be 6 inches from the curb line, then we're not providing that level of detail. If for overgrown vegetation, obviously it varies. It could be a tree with limbs over the sidewalk, so we do try to provide specificity, and certainly if clarification is sought from us. But in our notice of violation, staff is identifying what the municipal code section as it reads. If clarification is needed, certainly we can work with Public Works on appropriate guidelines if that's what the council is seeking. But, not every plant is the same, but in most cases we have vegetation that's encroaching the sidewalk, or it's too high that it's blocking the visibility. And, we do have site distance information within the ordinance that we can refer them to, but it really depends on the particulars of the situation that.
I think it's, like, because if we don't provide that, then it gets to interpretation. The inspector goes and says, like, it's too high or it's too low, like, whatever. And so I think, like, it's also important for us to have this specification. There is no, like, I know that there is variation, but it's not like a lot of variation in terms of like the overgrowing or the type of overgrowing that you are looking for. So, and if we don't say that, like a homeowner hire somebody, cut it, and then an inspector, but if they don't know that, then an inspector comes and says, like, no, it's too high. The steel is too high. And they had already spent the money to do that work, but they are not still in compliance. So I think like that is something that we need to also look at. Like more clarification, more specification, because if not, it just gives to interpretation, and it's the interpretation of the inspector versus the person who did the job. So that is, there is like, I don't know, and this is brainstorming, and I am going to pass it to Councilmember Bana and then Cepeda, but like we have, like also like we have the youth work. We approved over 500 youth working in the city. I think like some of these can be, some of the services for like cutting trees, plant, and helping with that can be a service provided with the youth that are working with the youth work. I think like maybe a special program with them could be also a good idea, since we have all these young folk, like we have right now kind of like 800 youth work. So I think there is a potential to think about a program with some of them, and then just figure out the other part of like other funding to support some of these maintenance. But I think like we can start looking at that. That will be great. Thank you, and Councilmember Bana.
Thank you. So to make sure that homeowners get a fair chance, I wonder if they do receive a notice, how do we make sure they receive the notices? And assessments and everything.
Yes, so we've mailed multiple notices. I think we mentioned that, after the citations, that's notified, in September, we issued a final notice, very blank, saying if you don't pay these fees, then you're going to be recommended to be on the lien list. And then we work with the clerk for this particular public hearing to provide the property, again, notification.
So it's certified mail, you're saying?
It's not certified mail. It's just first-class mail that's provided based on the information for the registered property owner. And so we rely on the data that they've provided in their grant deed.
Is it in English only or Spanish as well?
It is English only, and the ordinance does not require that we issue the notice by certified mail, just by regular U.S. mail.
Okay. I have some suggestions, and I wonder what the council thinks. What do you think, if it's possible? First of all, I made the suggestion to the city administration last year to use youth work and reentry program that works in landscaping, actually, to help them with abatement issues that residents have and cannot afford them. It's very important. For weed abatement, actually has rules that it has to be only 3 inches. That's for weed. The city doesn't do citation for beautification as far as I know. And that's very important for fire safety and wildfire safety, but it didn't go through implementation. So maybe tonight we can direct the city staff to work towards that for next year. But meanwhile, for the homeowners, I wonder if we could make sure they do receive the notice, number one. Number two, if we could have it in Spanish. Number three, if we could ask them if they need help and they could pay it in installments within a year or something like that. So if somebody's unable to pay, come and let us know. Otherwise, we cannot just forgive it. I mean, otherwise, all other homeowners, owner-occupied properties, they're not going to do anything. We cannot. There is a code. It needs to be enforced. If you're going to help the residents, property owners, homeowners, to make sure they don't become homeless themselves, then these are what I'm suggesting. I wonder if you think they're feasible, and I invite other council members to share their thoughts so we come up with a solution, because we do need to enforce the codes. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Cepeda.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I want to thank Councilmember Robinson for bringing up that great thought and question about how do we help those that have this need, instead of just giving them a lien, because we're not helping them out. At the end of this, we might be recuperating or getting about $500,000 in lien. So there's a little bit of a bucket there that we might be able to use. Maybe if we were to create a program that whatever, after we determine, okay, this one does require a lien, but maybe this one doesn't, and we use some of that money to help those and create some kind of program maybe. City Manager, you can say?
It might be appropriate, Ms. Velasco, if you'd like to talk about the social impact bond and the work that happens with RCF Connect, as well as the other program that community development partners with to address the homes that remain blighted and have ongoing issues.
Before that, Vice Mayor, if I could, I'm going to have to leave the meeting early. I've been struggling with a cold and it's getting worse, so I'm going to leave the meeting early. But I support what Councilmember Willis suggested in terms of this item.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hope you feel better.
Hope you feel better.
Yeah, I'll just add to what City Manager Curl was mentioning. So obviously the liens and the levies is not the way we only receive enforcement. We work on a receivership program. So some ways that folks are avoiding coming on this list is doing a compliance agreement with us, which includes payment of outstanding fines and fees. And then we set up a schedule. Again, it's recorded. We're working with attorneys on setting up that compliance agreement. And sometimes it's with the new property owner because, one, the owner has now incurred so many fees that they realize that they're better off selling the property and getting out from under it. And so we'll work with the new owner. So we do have the receivership program, but again, it's a whole process. We go to court. I mean, and so there's a lot of resource expended. In addition, a few years ago, the city council authorized social impact bonds. And so RCF, we do find properties sometimes that are stuck in, there's a deceased property owner. And so we don't really have somebody to work with to obtain compliance. And so we'll work with the Richmond Community Foundation, who gets money through a bond with Mechanics Bank, and then they will work to acquire the property and then redevelop it, in some case demolishing structures, rebuilding new, or and then putting that property back into use with a family that goes through Spark Point and has going through first-time homebuyers program. So there's other ways that we're sort of dealing with the really troublesome properties. I think all of the suggestions, we do understand needs are great in Richmond, and certainly our residents can use that. But again, our goal is never to levy a fine, right? Is never to issue a citation. One is reminding folks that there's a violation here, and then working towards compliance. And so certainly if people are receiving notices, we want you to call us so that we can work through a plan of action. And sometimes it's connecting them with a community-based organization. So I can't commit to Youth Works or other loan programs because, one, that isn't how code enforcement itself is set up. So we would certainly need to partner with other departments or divisions to implement a more extensive program that will deal with that support for property owners that may need that additional need for compliance. So just wanting to acknowledge that, again, the focus of code enforcement is getting code enforcement. And so that accessory programming, certainly we can feed information, but that program delivery will have to come up from a different unit.
So thank you for that. Is there a way to maybe get this list prior to becoming a lien, and then also with more information, as I asked earlier, and then maybe we can identify some of the homes that do need a little bit of painting. Maybe we can immediately see, like I here in Exhibit B, you have the Veterans Resource Program, which is a nonprofit helping veterans, and might be giving them a lien of $4,000. That might be like half of their budget. And I'm trying to look up the address. I don't see a site address. It just says Carlson Boulevard, but the APN takes me to 8th Street. And I don't see any vacant properties there, so I'm not sure. Maybe I'm typing something wrong. But this one here, I just happen to know they're nonprofit, but other individuals here, again, might be seniors that if they do need a little bit of repainting, maybe connecting them to a future project and not to put more on your plate. So maybe it's something that we as city council members can do an ad hoc or something and come up, putting the work on us, putting us to work, but maybe working with the neighbor grants, maybe working with the neighborhood councils to try to identify some of these individuals. And I know that need's going to be different. Again, if it's painting, we can do something. I remember Parkchester Neighborhood Council had mentioned to me that years ago, they received a grant and they actually helped paint the homes of the senior citizens within Parkchester. So what a beautiful thing to do to maybe help out. And even if we don't take it on as a city, helping identify and see if there's somebody out there that can say, hey, you know what? You're low income, you're a senior citizen, you're having this trouble, let us get in front of it. And if we get the list before it becomes a lien, it might allow us to kind of look and see. Because I do know some other properties that are out of compliance, and it's not because they don't have the money, they're just out of compliance because for whatever reason. So it'd be great to get more information and being able to do that. And in regards to the cat ordinance, I 100% agree to figuring out what we can do to amend it, because the current ordinance says we are not allowed to feed street cats. But then we get to a predicament of how do we help if we can't help? And I am guilty as charged. As of a week ago, there was 4 little kittens running around, and I had to feed them until I got Jelly's place to take them. So there are opportunities there, but I didn't know what else to do until the shelter came to get them. So we just don't want to, we don't want someone, I also have a homeowner who is constantly feeding cats, and all the cats just go there. And so there's a difference between someone who's trying to help and someone who is just welcoming every cat in because she loves cats. So all that there again, and the Veterans Resource Program, I just would love to more information on that one there as well.
Thank you.
And
Councilmember Robinson? Councilmember Willis?
Yeah, wait, were you, sorry. Yeah, a couple things, yeah, because I didn't get a chance to make a comment. Part of the reason why I wanted to take the folks who came and contested it off the list is because, yes, I don't think it's fair if somebody else is breaking in your property and you're being punished for that when you really haven't had any control. Those are things that I want to be looked into. When it comes to the feral cat ordinance, I do think it is worth talking about because from my understanding, Animal Services does a spade and release back in the community that they've done spades in. And for a lot of folks, they have outside cats. So sometimes you're feeding them, and just like with my mom, another random cat happens to pop up. So it's like, oh, okay, hi, who are you? I get punked by a cat every time I go to my mom's house. It knows the sound of my car. All that being said is I'm personally ready to wrap up this item, so I'm just going to get a motion on the floor to just say, at least to start, that for those that just contested, somebody clarify the numbers on the list, that we remove those from the list and move forward with the list that we have and work with those folks on background to bring them into compliance and deal with their liens. So that's just going to be the motion I put up there that's open to friendly amendments.
So I'd like to add a friendly amendment because I was going to make a very complex motion.
Yeah.
Are you ready?
Yes. City Clerk, are you ready? You got your notepad.
Let's get ready.
My friendly amendment.
Do we need to second?
I'll
this
second
motion?
it. So
Okay.
Well, if Councilmember Robinson's going to add friendly amendments, arguably she could second, but shut up, Melvin. You just seconded it. Go ahead.
Okay, so it's second.
So I do want to move some tonight to make a motion to, yes, set aside the 3 folks who came tonight and look deeper into that and figure out if there's something more we can do, if we missed something, and move forward on these categories of liens.
Okay.
Vacant lots, rentals, businesses, non-exempt, except for the veterans lot. If we could set aside that and put it with the group of people we're looking a little bit deeper in to see if there's something we can do with Ms. Harris to see, to support whatever's going on there. I'm imagining it's overgrown things. And then with the set of folks that are homesteads, owner occupied, and churches, if we could put them also in the bucket, they're not that many. And if we can put them in the bucket of, can we look and just double check that they are not in the bucket that they can't afford to make the improvements. And if they do need financial assistance to come into a compliance, if you can report back to council and kind of start a list and hold on those, because the other thing I'd like to do tonight is to direct staff to, take steps to create a program similar to the program that existed before to assist people who are out of compliance, code enforcement compliance. And I know that YouthWorks could be a part of the solution, but you can't have youth doing things like lead paint removal. So it's going to be, it really is going to need staff to look into it and to come up with. I also agree that an RFP and having this be managed by an outside agency might be a good idea for these reasons, is that it is not easy to coordinate a crew and have them do these things correctly, and manage the painting of house correctly, the whacking of weeds in a safe way. All these things actually need people who have those expertise, who can run these programs. There's programs out there like Rubicon and other ones who have expertise in these areas. And if we can kind of structure a program for the next budget cycle, so that kind of fund it, like plan it now, but have it budgeted in the next budget cycle, so that we can start taking on some of these issues, and maybe give people time, if they're in that category, if they can't afford to make the compliant thing, that we can give them time to wait for this program to get stood up. And in the meantime, maybe we can also just create that list and share that list, and maybe, I don't know, have a special meeting with nonprofits or something to help address it in the interim. That's a very long.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
I was going to say, like, so can you summarize, because you were explaining what you wanted, so now you explain it,
Okay,
so can you
so
summarize?
basically,
Could I ask about this? Because maybe possibly the long-term programs and all that is a second concept. And what I heard you saying is there's some categories where you want to know whether out of this list, not the whole city, but the particular list we're talking about tonight, you wanted to go back and look at those categories as to whether there are income limitations as to their ability to afford the repairs. Is that the focus?
I think income limitations, and yeah, that's the driver. Yeah.
So I think what you're saying is you're prepared to go ahead and approve the list with the caveat that in these particular categories, you would want staff to go back and look at whether there are income limitations that affect those property owners' ability to pay. And you want to report back on that.
No, I think like we want to get out of this list of approval the 3 people who are coming here, plus the church and the.
So I want to move forward on a. So here's my motion is to move forward on these categories under using your things, the business, the categories, the folks that are the properties that are labeled as businesses, rentals, vacant lots, and non-exempt, with the exception of the 3 that came forward tonight, and the veterans, I forgot what they're called, because that's also a vacant lot. Move forward on all of those. Approve those. The motion is to approve those for moving forward with liens tonight. The other categories, which include the 3 that came forward tonight, the homesteads, the one church, the owner-occupied, that we look deeper. We understand what is it that's preventing them from becoming in compliance. And if it's income-based, if it's because they can't afford it, that they get put on a list and given enough time so that the city, outside of code enforcement, can take other steps to create an option for them. And I wanted to make the motion to create that option tonight too, but if that's not acceptable, then I won't. Yeah, we'll come up
So
with another
staff
item.
would look into that, and then you'd expect to report back?
Yes, staff would look into such a program and how it could be, an RFP, whatever the process is, whatever the recommendation is, and come back with it.
May I make a suggestion, Vice Mayor? Ms.
Yeah.
Velasco, based on what you heard, can you please describe for the administrative record how you would proceed?
Yes, I mean, I think we would move forward with, the council would adopt the resolution eliminating properties on the list 1 and 2, 13, 17, 19 through 22. On Exhibit B, it would be 1, 6, 41, 45, and 50. We did add 1 additional property. There was a speaker who didn't sign up in time, and he was here to speak on 422 Marina Way South. So if the council's okay, we would extend the same courtesy that that would be further investigated. So we're clear that those would be removed. The property includes the Veterans Resource Program and the others that have been discussed. I guess just of note, there is a limitation as well on when, how long we can issue a citation and put a lien on. So we may be at the cusp of some of those homestead properties. So we'll just report back if that's the case. I can't tell you with certainty which ones those are, but there is also a limitation on how long you can wait before the lien is put on. So we'll try to come back and investigate those so that we don't, if they are valid and appropriate and it's not an income challenge.
I would really appreciate that. I saw one homestead that had over $12,000 in potential liens. That could be devastating for them. They would pay it all in one lump sum when their property taxes are due.
Thank you. So we are ready for the vote.
He has to accept it if he's going to accept.
Oh, I
accept
it officially again.
Okay.
I have a question
Okay,
about what
go
we're
ahead.
voting on. What happens to owner-occupied properties? Did we exclude them?
Yes.
We are going
Temporarily.
to, temporarily, they are going to look further into what are the conditions for them not to be able to follow through.
Can I add a friendly amendment?
And then
that-
we're going to do staff at a programmatic level, separate from the motion, will look at what would be necessary to develop a program, and then that'll be part of the fiscal year 25, 26 budget process for the council's consideration.
Thank you.
But that's separate, that's an administrative action that staff will do, that's not part of the motion.
But the program to help them, but
Yes.
my suggestion for a friendly amendment is to send them certified mail with payment plan option and give them 3 weeks. If they respond, then consider it. If they don't, then move on with the lien, if that's acceptable, in both English and Spanish.
I would prefer to try to see what exactly is the issue that's preventing them from paying, because if they have an inability to pay, then even a payment plan might not work. I feel like we need to understand better what exactly is the issue. And
Well,
maybe
that-
there is no issue, maybe they're just not communicating. And
Right,
that's
they
a whole
could, we
other
could
issue.
try, like, I'm making this up, right? We could try to call twice, could send 2 letters. If we don't respond, they don't respond, then staff would report back. 4 attempts to contact, non-responsive.
Yeah.
But-
Right, and for example.
But I want certified mail and options, like if they cannot pay, they can come back and say, I cannot pay. An
So
appeal process or
we
something.
are trying to say that these can be some measure that we can take, council can take, after we have the information from further information about the owners from staff, but not now.
I don't know if the staff has the time to look into all of them. We simply could just give them the option to either ask for a prepayment plan or appeal or pay.
Are they making
if-
of the motion are going to accept this friendly amendment or not?
No, I mean, my concern,
I feel like that's
Councilmember-
already happening administratively with, the only reason I'm not is because I feel like I just heard staff say that they're gonna call people a couple times, send them a couple mails, so there's gonna be multiple points of contact, so I don't wanna add an additional thing, so I'm okay with what was already suggested. Also knowing that there is a program that's gonna be administratively worked on for the council to discuss for the 25-26 fiscal budget cycle. So I'm fine with the motion as is, because there's going to be multiple attempts to contact them. And I think a phone call is a lot more valuable personally than mail, like
Thank
actually
you.
talking to
We
someone.
have another
That's just me.
public hearing, and it's 9:25, so I think like let's get to vote on this agenda item. City Clerk?
Okay,
Councilmember Bonner?
yes.
Vice Mayor Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson?
Yes.
Councilmember Willis?
Yes.
Councilmember Zepeda?
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin is absent, and Mayor Martinez is absent. The motion passes with Councilmember McLaughlin and Mayor Martinez absent.
Thank you.
Thank you. So
Next item is item X2. Is to receive and approve an update on the appeal of an encroachment permit application number EN 23-00843 for the Up and Under Pub and Grill. Provide guidance on the applicant's proposal and the draft compliance agreement, and continue this item to February 4th, 2025 for presentation of the final compliance agreement.
thank you. And I just wanted to say that this public hearing, we had an extended discussion and comments, so the public hearing is closed. We allow people to make public comments about that at the beginning of this meeting. So now this is the time for a staff report and council discussion to make a decision. So thank you.
Good evening, Vice Mayor.
Does the council wish to have a full background report on this, or just focus on the recent conversations with the legal counsel for the other side?
I think like focused conversation, because I think like we have 2.5 hours conversation of this, so you are off the hook.
So maybe I'll jump in for Robert. The council at your prior meeting, 24th, heard a full hearing concerning the parklet and a cooker at the Up and Under at Point Richmond. After quite a lengthy hearing, the council decided that there were a number of important issues concerning the parklet and the cooker. And even though the hearing was focused on the cooker, there were issues that came up concerning the parklet. The council said to the applicant, we're interested in giving you a 60-day period to come up with a plan as to how this might be modified, and then because the council did not have the information and so forth in front of it, and the applicant didn't have a plan proposed as to how the parklet and cooker might be modified, but it was fairly clear that the cooker should be moved off of the street. So that was where we started from. We followed up with letters to the applicant concerning the importance of meeting that deadline. The December 3rd date that we had here was the time by which we were supposed to have a plan. In the really, a couple times I repeated to Mr. Butt, who was the attorney representing the applicant, that he needed to make this deadline and get a plan before us. He had several issues and concerns. He eventually did send us a letter saying that focusing on what are the things that he could work with. And I talked with him about a compliance agreement, and we put together a draft compliance agreement, although he did not, it was not delivered to him much before the staff report went out. So I got some general comments from him, talked to him again on Monday, and got more general comments. He certainly presented that with more time, various things could be done to try and develop a plan that would be along the lines that the council was talking about. But he did not present a plan. So the farthest we got was a compliance agreement that had timeframes to get to develop a parklet plan and to then go through an application process, get it approved, and but he did not, there is not a plan before you today. It's not a part of a staff report, and that was not included. So it's up to the council to determine whether the product suffices with what you were requesting be accomplished during the 60-day period.
Thank you. Councilmember Cepeda.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Alshire. I just want to confirm the original motion was that they were to come back with a plan by, first we said 60 days, but we actually ended up giving them a little bit extra because of the meeting.
It's not quite 60. It's a little more than 60 days.
Yeah, the meeting landed 60 days after. So it was a plan by today. So you're saying that they did not provide an actual plan. So as of
I don't think we don't have a plan, as I think you were talking about.
okay, and then I just want to make sure that I understand fully.
And in other words, being they have actually moved the cooker, but in terms of there being a graphic plan that as to how the parklet might be modified to make it meet all of the necessary requirements, we don't have that.
Thank you. So then I'm reading part of the motion, and it says, and I'm paraphrasing part of it here, they're to come up with a proposal to bring it up to compliance. We give it 60 days, and then they have to be able to work with staff, and staff work with them for the goal to try to help them come to compliance, right? So whatever it is that we need to do to make sure that they come to compliance. I understand that they might have just moved the cooker this past weekend. 60 days, can you tell us what happened within those 60 days, that they jump right on it to try to get into compliance?
We had a staff meeting within several days to try and identify what the things were that need to be presented. The letter that we sent as a result of that is in the staff report materials. We didn't receive any response after actually around the time of that letter. I talked to Daniel Butt directly on the phone and told him that the staff nor myself have received any communication about actions that were being taken. He made comments that the owner was taking this very seriously. We sent another letter sometime after that we still hadn't heard anything. And I talked to him last week when we were sending out this agenda, and again yesterday, that we had not received a plan. He did send a letter indicating that he was that he would move the cooker and that he'd be happy to work on a compliance agreement. But obviously, at this point in time, that would require more time.
Okay, so thank you. So then the council motion that happened in the direction that occurred at that meeting wasn't met.
I don't think it was met in the way the council intended it.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. I'll hold off my questions for later on. Thank you.
I noticed that Deputy Director of Public Works is here. Do you have any comments, or we can continue the discussion, like presentation wise?
I don't have any additional comments. I agree with the report that our city attorney gave. I'm certainly happy to answer any questions or fill any details of what happened from in terms of facts of how staff handled the situation after our meeting in September.
Thank you. Any other council? Nobody is going to make any comment? Okay. So I will need a motion.
I'll make a motion. Because from our last meeting, the guidance from city council to staff and to the individual, from the business that was appealing, what we requested was not met. So due to that, I move that we deny the encroachment permit for the smoker and any other actions that need to happen based on the previous motion that did not bring anything to compliance or provide a plan.
Second.
Vice Mayor, can I add a clarification? I think that the motion should be to that the city engineer denied the encroachment permit, and that you would be denying their appeal. You would deny the appellant's appeal.
And upholding that decision.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yes.
Or upholding the city engineer's decision. Thank you.
Thank you for that assistance in the
Councilor.
verbiage there. I go with what you just said.
So the motion is made by Councilmember Cepeda and second by Councilmember Willis. City Clerk?
Councilmember Bana,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
Councilmember Zepeda,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin is absent, and Mayor Martinez is absent. The motion passes with Councilmember McLaughlin and Mayor Martinez absent.
Wow, I cannot believe we finished at 9:37. We are not done?
You have one more item.
Oh, what is the other item? Oh, I'm sorry, report from officers, repeals to staff. So go ahead, City Clerk.
Reports of officers, referrals to staff, and general reports, including AB 1234 reports.
So any, okay?
Nothing to report, but in light of the information we got today, just an adjournment request. Does anybody else have a report, though? Oh, just adjourn the meeting in memory of James.
Councilmember Robinson has some. So everybody's kind of like excited. I finished this meeting early, so everybody's kind of like, let's go. So go ahead.
So I have a couple of quick things that I wanted to report on that I think are important. One of them is during the time between the last time we had an opportunity to do these reports, the Urban Tree Advisory Committee met in Richmore Village and actually walked Richmore Village on a Saturday with Wade Finlinson. Oh my God, I'm gonna butcher his last name.
Finlinson.
And Jose from the
General fund.
Yeah, from the general fund
crew.
area. And that was just such a very beneficial walk there. That whole neighborhood has a set of sycamore trees that are all aging out at the same time. It creates a huge problem of falling limbs, dangerous situations, and, rises to the occasion of a capital improvement project because of the amount of cement and major tree limb cutting and everything. So to walk it together and to talk about having a neighborhood scale plan to address trees and tree transition was really great. And that was something we did with the Urban Forest Advisory Committee. So just really wanted to thank Wade and Jose for coming out on a Saturday to do that walk with neighbors and all the neighbors who came out to bring their issues forward. I know they've been waiting for a really long time to get action on that, and I look forward to the next steps. We're looking to take some action on that. And then I also wanted to say that, one of the other projects that I've been working on is with the Black Historical Legacy Project to really keep working on creating a Black History Museum for the city of Richmond. And we, folks that are working on this project actually all took a trip to Alabama together last month and visited the Legacy Museum and sites there. There is some really moving sites on kind of documenting the just horrific history of lynching in America, the horrific history of slavery in America, and the way that those museums are put together and those memorial sites are just phenomenally done. They're done so well. So we learned a lot from that trip and have a lot of ideas for what we could bring back. And I think the biggest idea that I kind of wanted to share out in a public context was, you know, in sitting in the Legacy Museum, there's lots of video, there's lots of different ways you can interact with the information, and there were stories of people talking about why. There's a story in particular of a woman from Oakland talking about why her family fled to Oakland because one of her family members was lynched. And, you know, I think that when we start telling the history of Richmond and why so many people came from Richmond, usually the story is told that people were coming for jobs. It was jobs, it was jobs. And I think that we also need to remember what we were fleeing from and make sure that people understand that history. And I think that in understanding that history, you better understand the Black community in Richmond. So we learned a lot from that trip, and we look forward to more work going forward. So I just wanted to report on that.
Thank you so much. Really interesting. Thank you for sharing. So, Councilmember Willis.
Yeah, no, thank you for the report. And I wanted to adjourn the meeting in honor of James, otherwise known as Jim McMillan. He was a former city council meeting way before our time. And as I understand it, he actually used to own a small business that was a pharmacy over on the south side as well. And he was a mentor to a lot of folks I know in the community as well, and was always the recognized spirit and leader. So wanted to adjourn the meeting in his honor tonight.
Vice Mayor, may I add that the service at the celebration is scheduled to take place on December 13th. That's Friday in the auditorium at 4 p.m. And we will put out information tomorrow.
Okay, thank you. Well, good night, everybody, and thank you. Have a good night. Do it. Let's do it. Oh, I do it? Okay. The meeting is adjourned.
Didn't think it was possible, huh?
No, anything is possible. That's always my mantra.